Yo, 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 yo. They doing to my shit, man. What they doing to our shit, tribe? Share the live stream, man. Let me get some bows and arrows in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. It's the rise of the Titans. Yeah, that's better. That's better. We back. Tribe, 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 tribe. Share the live. See if we can get some more people in here, man, because it's about to be late.
Preaching rapture.
A master teacher is one who has the ability to apply logic and rational thinking to the things that he asserts to his students. And a master teacher, in turn, produces master students in return. You cannot be a master teacher unless you are producing master students. Who are, or how do you produce master students as a master teacher? Because when you get your students to think logically and rationally and not just believing something just because it's said, because you're not really teaching people, you know, your, what's the word I want to say? What's the word I want to say? It's a certain word I want to say. When you educate people, you're not really teaching them anything. You're programming them to think a certain way. Most of the people who are referred to as teachers in the world are not really teachers at all. They're programmers, because they're being taught from your college professor.
Turn
What's this guy's name? It's something Hawk. And it may sound stereotypical, but dude looks like he's done some time. And sounds like he's done some time.
Whatever, then I'm wrong. You got me now. You got me now. You got me now. Oh, you figured me out. You fucking income fucking poop. It is no longer you who live, but Christ who lives in you. Well, I know you want to put Christ in a little box. Like you formed Christ up brought his ass up from the earth and breathed life into him. Nah, I'm God, motherfucker, and I'm not who you thought I was, motherfucker.
Yo, peace to the tribes, peace to the tribes, peace to the tribes. Let's get into it, man. We're going to start with some shout outs. And then we're going to get into this science. The kingdoms of Atlantis. Atlantis rising. Oh, that's not what we want right now. Let's get this right, tribe. Let's get this right. All right. Let's see who we got in here, man, before we get started. Let me get some diamonds. Let me get some diamonds in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. If you can't find diamonds, just type in the word jewel and it'll pop up, because that's what we're doing over here. We're dropping jewels. That is what we doing. Yeah, this. Let's see what this is here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Why is that on the screen, man? Chill out. Get rid of all that, man. Here, man. This is what we gonna do. We just gonna have to put this red nigga on the screen by itself for right now. Press 1. All right, man. I got some shit ready for y'all, man. My other live, what was it called? I can't recall. Was it the Laws of Atlantis? Whichever one got deleted, man. We back. You know what I'm saying? That bitch is back. I had to goddamn send some emails, make some idle threats, you know what I'm saying? Verbal, you know, real legalese shit. Nothing illegal, you know what I'm saying? Just let them know that I am aware of my rights, you know what I'm saying? And they will hear from my attorneys if they do not cease from all frivolous claims. I got some fire shit for y'all, man. Let me give me some theme music, man. I got my shit all set up, man. Let's see. Yeah, man. I've been working, man. I've been working to get this shit, you know what I'm saying, all the way official, like a referee whistle for y'all, man. I don't know what happened to all my photos, man. Fucking with my shit here. Let's see. And you know, y'all probably like, damn, this nigga Hawk School got this goddamn, what's this Jason shit all about? Oh, wait till you see. You know, with me, everything makes sense. You know what I'm talking about? There's always a method to my madness. You know what I'm talking I saw wasn't nobody else live. Nobody had any lives planned. You know what I'm saying? So I figured I'd get everybody in here for Friday school. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We're having Friday school on Sunday. We make our own rules. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's right. What's up? Oh, it's gonna be fun, man. And y'all gonna learn some shit today. Y'all gonna learn some shit. Welcome to Friday school. I need everybody to share live stream, man. Share the live stream. You know what I'm saying? They be trying to block the kid because you know why they be trying to block me, man. It's checkup time, though. You know what I'm saying? So I need everybody to share the live stream. And we finna do a checkup. Oh, this finna be lit. I've been getting this bitch ready for y'all. Pause.
Talk to the house of Israel for a minute, huh? If you're really serious and you're looking for a Christ man, the one who anointed with the Lord, with the Spirit of the Lord to do his will, I'm that nigga. You not stop faking. Not even how you thought. Niggas, checkup time. Time to pay the piper. But you don't have to, huh? You got rights to believe however you wanna, huh? There's only one God. There's only one blood covenant book that's floating around here of God Almighty. Not a covenant of a man will make house niggas, Ku Klux Klan members, and everyone to feel like they can just shuffle their ass foot about getting about the business I'm talking about.
Global events. Related, yes, but well, let me get into it and I'll show you what I mean. So, what do we know about the lost continent of Atlantis? You know, let me start by saying that I don't believe in magical crystals or undersea alien bases or any of that kind of stuff. You know, literally everything we know about Atlantis came from one man's mouth, the Greek philosopher Plato. Some 2,400 years ago, he recorded a conversation that Socrates had with a couple of guys some 200 plus years prior about another dude who talked with Egyptian priests about events that occurred 9,000 years before that. Now, if you have ever played the classroom game where a secret gets passed from one ear to the next, you can understand where a lot of the skepticism comes from. You know, the final message is never as it started. But with that said, I'm kind of amazed at the details Plato describes in his text. You know, he provides both when and how Atlantis was destroyed, as well as important details about its size and shape. As the story goes, you know, told by the Egyptian priests, you know, 9,000 years before their time, there was an ancient and epic battle where Egypt and Athens teamed up to defend against the more dominant and capable Atlanteans. They go on to say that the islands and mountains of Atlantis were located in front of the Pillars of Hercules, which is now known as the Strait of Gibraltar. They go on to provide more details about, you know, like the size. You know, Atlantis was larger than Libya in Asia. And they even provided exact measurements, which require, you know, which equal right around 345 miles long and 230 miles wide. And that's actually just a tad bit larger than the state of Georgia. They mention mountains to the north of Atlantis and great fertile plains to the south, as well as the main city of Atlantis to be composed of 3 alternating rings of land and protective moats. You know, that's weird and oddly specific, but, you know, that's what they said. And finally, after the Atlanteans were defeated, the entire continent was swallowed up, people and all, by the sea following violent earthquakes and floods. You know, I'll admit that does sound a little fishy, and that pun is only slightly intended. But enough with the quack-worthy historical interpretations. Let's go ahead and get down to the brass tacks and look at the geology of this event. Let's start with the. Let's first look at the timing. Plato wrote the dialogues of Timaeus and Critias some 2,400 years ago. About a Socratic forum. Some 230 years prior to that, which discussed events that occurred 9,000 years before that. So, 24,000.
Let's pause this because, yes, I am going to be teaching class today. We're not just going to be listening to a video. We'll have a whole bunch of shit lined up for y'all. It's going to be goddamn epic. You know what I'm saying? And you're probably thinking, damn, Hawk School, how many Atlantis videos can you make? My nigga, it's matter of fact, let me change this banner, man. Because we are reloaded. It's Atlantis Rising, the Kingdoms of Atlantis. Let's put there we go. Reloaded and decoded. All right. Now let's see who up in here, man. So we could get this going and we're going to get into it and we're going to talk about the kingdoms of Atlantis. We're going to connect all the dots. You know what I'm saying? We're finna get rid of all this divisive bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Let's run this back. Let's bring this back because what is very interesting for those of you who tuned in to the live stream that had got deleted. I need to know the name of this live stream. I'm lacking. It was called, it's still not popping up in my list. Rat bastards. Oh. The Kingdom of You. There we are. The Kingdom of You. If you were of the elect and you joined us for that, then you see we're connecting a lot of dots. And that's how we ended up with the laws of Atlantis, and we're gonna be doing some more builds on the laws, and we're gonna bring in the Cherokee Sacred Formula book with that. But right now, we're gonna show you the kingdoms of Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? Because we've been spending a lot of time identifying enemies, and as it's become clear who the enemies are, it becomes clear who the allies are as well. And I'm seeing that there's a program to keep us from knowing who our allies were, from knowing who were allies, who this mighty Atlantean empire consisted of. Because when we're talking about Atlantis, we're talking about the former rulers of the planet Earth as we know it, all right? And we're going to show and prove on that real soon. Let's see who in here, man. We got Sadia Marshall in here, Tribe, Jan Royner in here, DJ Cut, the illustrious. Oh, hold on, man. Do we got something for him? Yeah. Tribe, you know what I'm saying? It's up, you know what I'm saying? We got Empress Awakening, The Godfeather, Keith Tolliver, Grizzly 901, Double R Realized TV, Chief Kokomo, Mo Naga, Tribe, Tracy Wilkie, Darius Matthews. Who else in here? Tribe, Bijou in here. Sweet Pea Soup, Peace and Bliss, Rich Risings, Eastside 1415, Tribe, we live. Who else in here? Indie Goddess in here, Peace and Bliss. Ghetto Child Clinic, Rich Risings, Tribe. Who else we got in here? Drake Cobb's Music, it's up. Haru, the Duke of the Great Lakes. Tribe, John Davis, Rich Risings. Yeah, man, let's get it up. Let's get it all the way up, man, because it's gonna be a heavyweight jam, man. And I even took my notes and shit. I got everything written down with my timestamps and shit. What I want to talk about, and this shit is really, you're gonna learn a lot. It's gonna connect a lot of dots, and you're gonna leave here smarter than you were when you came. And that is a promise, because I do it for us. Press 1. The 1 is for 1 because we already won. Tribe, let's share the live. Let's run it up.
You won't speak on flesh. You want because you see flesh and shit. And you know why they always told you, a man can't be God. Huh? What you calling me for? I told you what I'm about. It's about getting lawyers, training them up in the words, the scriptures, and we're going to help the poor, the fatherless that can't afford their legality fee. They can't afford justice. I know you all in for justice, huh? Just like white supremacists, huh? White supremacists put your judgment for your ass to swing from a noose. Black man.
Tribe. Make sure you hit that like if you're just now coming in. We need it for the algorithm. Put some diamonds in the chat. You know, we got a lot of people sneaking and geeking. So, you know, put some diamonds in the chat and let it be known that you're in the building. You are of the elect. We are now broadcasting live from the illustrious Republic of Atlantis. You know, I'm talking my shit, you know what I'm saying? Because I want to get everybody in here. Because I know they up. And I know ain't nobody live. You know what I'm saying? And I'm about to drop this shit. They going to be trying to catch up. All right. So now what we've already learned, because we got the whole playlist, Atlantis Decoded. All right. This is the illustrious, immaculate, majestic Republic of Atlantis. So I think we would know what the fuck is going on in Atlantis. You know what I'm talking about? But we've been learning quite a bit with this build. And as you know me, I don't, you know what I'm saying, piggyback off niggas unless they tribe, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm still going to study shit from a different perspective, you know what I'm saying? But I like to just get in my own studies and I just, you know, the spirit is in the blood, as I always say. So I end up, you know, where I belong. And that's why I'm here with the tribes. Put some diamonds in the chat, you know what I mean? Let's drop these jewels. Okay, so now this is what we know. You know, for the people who might stumble in a little late. What is very interesting here is that, now when they say that it came from Plato, now don't forget, Plato heard this story from Solon in the Egyptian records. Okay? That's 9,000 years before Plato's time. So they'll tell you, oh, only Plato knew about this. Well, then how the fuck did a nigga from 9,000 years before his time know about it? All right, just to show and prove that this is the ancient shit, bro. This is, I'm gonna connect everything in this one. We've already connected the Mayans, Egypt, the Ethiopians now. And you know what? And that's why I want to say, because we were building on, you know, the connection with the Turks and Ethiopians. And if you notice this small figure here, when it has the world according to Herodotus, you see Libya, all right, Ethiopians, Arabians, Persians, Indians, all right, Europe. All of these people is over here together. Now, what I want you to notice also is the coast, all right? These people is on the coast. This is where the pirates at. Motherfuckers is running up in the bushes. They ain't trying to fuck with nobody on these coasts. So this is how all of this civilization is being transported to other places, is by water. The Mayans. All right? And what I've also realized is that they're representing us as water and representing themselves as fire in all of this. Which, you know, that goes into the Seal of Solomon and some whole other shit we'll get to later. But I thought it very interesting that, you know, these places who were enslaving these Slavs at one time, a lot of them are, you know, all over here on the coast. All of these great empires we know in India, what's in over here with Libya and Turkey, what's that, Göbekli Tepe, and then you got Haile Selassie, you got, you know, we know about Arabia, we just didn't know they was niggas, press one. And as you start looking at these people, you're going to see the what's the word I want to use? similarities in phenotype. We're talking about thousands of years, all right? We're going to talk about, so now also it says here, location in front of the Pillars of Hercules, Straits of Gibraltar. This is here on this little map. We've shown it on other videos. We're not going to do too much backtracking. Hopefully you're up to speed. So the location of Atlantis is in front of the Pillars of Hercules. So nothing is on the other side here except for America, all right? The Americas, South America, North America, Central America, whatever direction you choose. And purportedly, is it purportedly or reportedly? A nigga said that it sank into the sea within 24 hours following violent earthquakes and floods. All right, so let's go to the next section here. We'll let motherfucker Jason hold us down. Put that on ice.
The hardest working fixtures in your home.
Bitch, that ain't what we doing today. How the fuck they got me signed up? That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. We got motherfucking Hefe in this motherfucker Asteroids Co. Make sure you link up with my motherfucking brother Hefe. You see him in the chat with that blue wrench. Support his endeavors. You know what I'm talking about? Follow him on Instagram. You know what I'm talking about? That's how we rocking over here, man.
Stupid bitch. It's not of competition, it's of cooperation. Stupid ass house nigga.
We have style, we got flavor, we got rhythm. I mean, the black man in America is the most copied man on this planet, bar none. Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga. How about that question?
Leonardo da Vinci seems to have encrypted.
That's a good question. That is a real good question. I want to know why the fuck is they fucking with my stream, man. All right, what's next on the agenda? We got, we've analyzed the kingdoms. All right. We got a lot to cover here and a lot to learn.
Most of my videos are on ancient and lost history, and since Atlantis is a major part of that ancient and lost history, I thought I would share what Plato has to say in his dialogue The Timaeus, since Plato is our first and original source of the Atlantis tale. And what I'm going to read to you is just a long paragraph from his dialogue The Timaeus, and this is an ancient Egyptian priest relaying this to Plato's grandfather Solon, I believe.
Now, so it's being related to Plato's grandfather. All right? Solon. That's Plato's grandfather. So this didn't start with Plato. Oh, Plato. You niggas don't know what the fuck you talking about. We're going to have to take a little deeper dive. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. It's high power shit. Let's get to it. Let's go ahead and rewind.
An ancient Egyptian priest relaying this to Plato's grandfather Solon, I believe. It says this: many great and wonderful deeds are recorded of your state in our histories, but one of them exceeds all the rest in greatness and valor. For these histories tell of a mighty power which unprovoked made an expedition against the whole of Europe and Asia, and to which your city put an end. This power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean, for in those days the Atlantic was navigable, and there was an island situated in front of the straits by which you called the Pillar of Hercules. The island was larger than Libya and Asia put together, and was the way to the other islands, and from these you might pass the whole of the opposite continent which surrounded the true ocean. For this sea which is within the Straits of Hercules is only a harbor, having a narrow entrance, but that other is a real sea, and the surrounding land may most truly be called the boundless continent. Now, in this island of Atlantis there...
Hold on, stop the press, man. Shout out to Aboriginal Power in the motherfucking building. Make sure you subscribe to my motherfucking brothers' channels. Yes, I said channels. B.A.P. News. The news you could use. You know what I'm talking about? And Aboriginal Power, his channel as well. Make sure you subscribe to him. We had to recognize him as a member for 2 months. The Hawk School alumni. Tribe. So what I need, Aboriginal Power, and anyone else who has been a member for 2 months, I need you to email me at bighawkin@gmail.com. I need you to email me your a mailing address and your shirt size. I got some drip for you. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna turn up, man. We really got a lot for you, man, in the future. You know what I'm saying? So just stay tuned, man, and share the live stream. Come on, man, let's get it, man. We about to learn some shit. Yeah, Egypt. All right, so let's hold on where it's coming from, because we know we taught Egypt. You know what I'm talking about? So if we taught Egypt, and a nigga from Egypt telling Plato, he telling our business. Press 1. WON. Oh, this my own shit. No, we ain't not the number one. What they thought we was doing over here? No. WON. One is for one. Because we already won. You know what I'm talking about? Let's get it, man.
There was a great and wonderful empire which had rule over the whole island and several others, and over parts of the continent, and furthermore, the men of Atlantis had subjected the parts of Libya within the columns of Hercules, as far as Egypt, and of the empire.
Now, notice they saying Libya. I want us to pay attention to all these places, all right? Because when you're talking about a mighty kingdom built on trade, built on commerce, over many continents, across the oceans, you regulating the whole fucking planet. It's big business. You got a lot to be responsible for. You know what I'm saying?
Which had rule over the whole island and several others, and over parts of the continent, and furthermore, the men of Atlantis had subjected the parts of Libya within the columns of Hercules, as far as Egypt, and of Europe as far as Tyrrhenia.
So now he's letting you know. They say this power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean. All right, I'm gonna read it because maybe this nigga voice you ain't got down following along. So I know where to what's the word? Emphasize shit. Goddamn speak italics. You know what I mean? It says, many great and wonderful deeds are recorded of your state in our histories, but one of them exceeds all the rest in greatness and valor, for these histories tell of a mighty power which unprovoked made an expedition against the whole of Europe and Asia, and to which your city put an end. All right? This power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean, for in those days the Atlantic was navigable, and there was an island situated front of the straits, which are by you called the Pillars of Hercules. All right, the Pillars of Hercules are still there. We've done extensive builds on that. We had A1. We were on the build talking about the fortress that's inside of it. Shout out to Autonomous One, an Atlantean for real. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. You know what I'm saying? He stay dropping jewels. So now, Pillars of Hercules, all right? So the island was larger than Libya and Asia put together and was the way to other islands, okay? And from these you might pass to the whole of the opposite continent which surrounded the true ocean. For this sea which is within the straits of Hercules is only a harbor having a narrow entrance, but that other is a real sea. Real niggas over there. We got a baby sea over here. Press 1. Yeah, I gotta say, it's just too easy. Press 1. It's a little baby. We got a baby sea. Them Atlantic niggas, they got the big boss sea over there. You know what I'm talking about? Stay with me. But that other sea is a real sea, and the surrounding land may be most truly called a boundless continent. Now in this island of Atlantis, there was a great and wonderful empire which had rule over the whole island and several others, and over parts of the continent. And furthermore, the men of Atlantis had subjected the parts of Libya within the columns of Hercules as far as Egypt. The men of Atlantis had subjected the parts of Libya within the columns of Hercules as far as Egypt, and of Europe, and as far as Tyrrhenia. This vast power gathered into one, endeavored to subdue at a blow our country and yours, and the whole of the region within the straits. All right, we was enslaving these people. These is facts. So when you know the history, you're gonna see that this shit decoded, reloaded. Watch this. Reloaded, decoded. It don't matter forward, back, up, down, goddamn me. You know how they rocking. We're gonna get to it. It said, this vast power gathered into one endeavored to subdue at a blow our country and yours and the whole of the region within the straits. And then, Solon, your country shone forth in the excellence of her virtue and strength among all mankind. She was preeminent in courage and military skill and was leader of the Hellenes. And when the rest fell off from her, come on, go ahead, man, with the rest of the shit. It says, now on the island of Atlas, blah, 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 blah. Here we are. And when the rest fell off from her, being compelled to stand alone, after having undergone the very extremity of danger, she defeated and triumphed over the invaders. All right? So now this is them rewriting the history and celebrating fucking niggas over. And we're going to break it down. We're going to break it all the way down. Watch this. Let's see. Where are we? It says, now listen. And when the rest fell off from her, being compelled to stand alone after having undergone the very extremity of danger, she defeated and triumphed over the invaders and preserved from slavery those who were not yet subjugated, and generously liberated all the rest of who dwell within the pillars. All right, so now everybody goddamn free in Europe. Atlantis is goddamn fallen. But afterwards there occurred violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of misfortune, all your warlike men in a body sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner disappeared in the depth of the sea, for which the reason the sea in those parts is impassable and impenetrable, because there is a shoal of mud in the way, and this was caused by the subsidence of the island. All right.
To stand alone after those who were not yet subjugated of us who dwight of misful and impenetrable.
He said, hold on. He said, I have told you briefly, Socrates, what the aged Critias heard from Solon and related to us. And when you were speaking yesterday about your city and citizens, the tale which I have just been repeating to you came into my mind, and I remarked with astonishment how by some mysterious coincidence you agree, blah, blah, blah.
Here,
let's bring it back, because dude be studying mad shit and he mad smart. So let's let him rock for the last.
Now, just a couple things which I thought were interesting in there. It says here that in those days the Atlantic was navigable. Now, is he talking about the ancient maps that Graham Hancock talks about, where the seas are charted very accurately and they are depicted on how they looked at the end of the Ice Age, the Pires-Rees maps and other maps that show features that have now disappeared under rising sea levels? It says, for in those days the Atlantic was navigable. Just wondering. And it says, which was surrounded by the true ocean. And in those days, thousands of years ago, there was no Pacific Ocean or Indian Ocean or Antarctic Ocean. It was all the Atlantic Ocean. There was one world ocean, and it was called the Atlantic Ocean. So just a couple things I thought were interesting. It sounds like Atlantis went to war with the people inside the Straits of Hercules.
And man, shout out to, who is this, man? I just got an alert, man. Somebody just paid their tuition, man. And you know, this hood school, so we celebrate when we pay our tuition. Press 1. Tribe. Shout out Think Meaner for the generous Cash App donation. We do appreciate that, man. That helps us keep on blocking these haters. You know what I'm talking about? And we're going to keep the show lit. That's a promise. You know what I'm saying? I've been working goddamn to make sure shit is, entertaining. We don't want it to get too boring. You know what I'm saying? We want to keep the demographic, wide open to where everybody could goddamn, get on board with the real shit. You know what I'm saying? But I digress. I thought I had something to celebrate. We're going to celebrate a little later. Let's get back to class. Press 1.
The Greeks and so forth. And it's kind of a lesson here. The gods got mad at this, and their civilization was destroyed in a single day and night. Their civilization was lesson here. The gods got, and it's kind of a lesson here. The gods got mad at this, and kind of a lesson here. The gods got mad at this, and their civilization was destroyed in a single day and night. Floods and earthquakes. If you ask me, I think that led to tsunamis, and the island didn't actually sink. It was just covered up by rising sea levels and tsunamis and aftermath of these earthquakes, these violent earthquakes. And whether these were caused by actual earthquakes or, common impacts that are pretty much, or something hit us from outer space about 12,900 years ago. That's been proven. Was this a cause of these earthquakes? That is, still up for debate. But just thought I would share what Plato actually says about Atlantis in his dialogue, The Timaeus. Hope you thought this was at least mildly interesting. Have a nice day.
Believe however you want to, huh? There's only one God. There's only one blood covenant book that's floating around here of God Almighty.
Example is Plato, the Greek philosopher Plato, who gave us the story of Atlantis. From Plato comes the story of Atlantis, a great advanced civilization which had navigating and seafaring skills, which could explore the world, which built gigantic buildings, which had advanced knowledge in every area, which was prosperous and powerful. But then Plato says that corruption crept into this society, that it became cruel and avaricious, it became greedy, it began to impose its power around the world.
Now, if you didn't know that we was grabbing up goddamn scallywags and enslaving them, if you didn't know this part of the puzzle, this would make no sense to you. That's why it's so important for us to know all of this, because this is our history. This is the history of our empire. The Immaculate Atlantis. You know what I'm talking about? So knowing that we were in ships, controlling the waters, controlling the trade, trading all over the planet Earth, and enslaving palefaces. But we'll get into that. It's not what you think.
And he has a very ringing phrase. He said that Atlantis ceased to wear its prosperity with moderation. And the suggestion is that it's this hubris, this conceit of Atlantis, that it had become so sure of itself that somehow the universe struck it down, and we have the cataclysm of flood and disaster, and that Atlantis is submerged beneath the waves. Now, of course, the view of historians and academics is that Plato's story.
Now, what I also want us to remember is we have to be real with this shit. You know what I'm saying? You can't be out here on no fuckery and ain't nothing gonna come back. You know what I'm saying? We got 85 people in the live stream, man. That's why I saved this shit for a regular time. I said, let me go live at a regular time. You know, I'll be going live at 2:30 in the morning, 3 in the morning. I'll be goddamn trapping on YouTube. Tribe, allegedly. So, I felt like this was so important that I wanted to make sure that everybody got to, you know what I'm saying, join in and get this live, because, you know, you ain't going to sit back and really want to watch, take 4 hours out your life if you hadn't planned on it. You know what I'm saying? But this Friday school, you know what I'm talking about? Welcome to Friday school. And we're gonna make all that make sense too. Oh, just wait. We be dropping some jewels tonight.
It's just made.
Now they're reiterating Solon. What we've learned is Solon is Plato's grandfather. All right, 9,000 years before him, the Egyptians told him about it.
Was a famous Greek lawmaker. He was an ancestor of Plato, as a matter of fact, about 200 years before Plato. It's a date on the destruction of Atlantis. And as we look into it further, we find something else, that Plato puts a date on the destruction of Atlantis. He says Atlantis was submerged beneath the waves in a huge global cataclysm 9,000 years before the time of Solon. We know Solon, we know who he was. Solon was a famous Greek lawmaker. He was an ancestor of Plato, as a matter of fact, about 200 years before Plato. And around 600 BC, Solon, the great Greek lawmaker, made a visit to Egypt. And in Egypt, the priests at a temple of Sais in the Delta told him the story of Atlantis.
Let me get some diamonds in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. Let me get some diamonds in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. And what was I saying back here? Was I motherfucking high? Man, I done rolled up so many goddamn. Hey, look, man, I was rolling up trying to get the live stream ready, and I done smoked everything. Had to restart the computer, some more shit, was getting frustrated. But I digress. So, did you hear me when I said that Solon is the grandfather of Plato? And Solon knew about Atlantis through the Egyptians and was known about 9,000 years before he existed. All right, we got all diamonds. Yeah, shouting. Now let's get back to it.
And they said that it was written on the walls of the temple. And he said, when did this happen? When was this great civilization destroyed? And they said 9,000 years ago. And that was in 600 BC. So that's 9,600 BC in our calendar. That's 11,600 years ago. Plato is telling us a great civilization was destroyed in a global cataclysm of flood 11,600 years ago. He's laughed at by all academics and historians. But then geology comes along, and lo and behold, what do we find? 11,600 years ago is a truly cataclysmic episode in geological history. It's called Meltwater Pulse 1b. We have a massive rise in sea level as the ice sheets on North America and Northern Europe just crumble and collapse into the ocean. If Plato made the whole thing up, he was just astonishingly on the money with the latest geology. And I think that we really have to reconsider our attitudes to these stories that have come down to us from the past. Academics have been too quick to dismiss them, too quick to say, oh, we've figured the whole story out, there's no mystery there. Maybe there's a huge mystery there. Maybe we should listen to these clues and hints from the past that speak of a great civilization. So when I...
Let's pause it right there. Yeah, fuck with my shit anyway. Let's pause it right there. Let's go to this. Just keep it all in your mind. It's Friday school. All right, we connecting all these dots. We got Plato. We found out that the Egyptians knew about this shit 9,000 years before Plato, so it didn't start with Plato. Press 1. The 1 is for 1 because we already won. Now he's giving us this date. They're telling us about these cataclysmic events. All right, so let's see what we can find here. We're gonna make it all make sense.
On Cahokia, some of them featuring Monk's Mound right here. The largest book that I never really looked at. It's uploaded a little.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's we early.
Hey everybody, I wanted to make a quick upload tonight. Want to say Happy New Year to everybody. Hope everybody's doing good. But I've been reading a lot about this impact event. It was a very good read. It presented a lot of good evidence, and it's obvious that something hit North America, and it was coming in from the northwest to the southeast in that direction, either a comet or asteroid or a meteor storm or something, and it hit North America, and it caused widespread devastation, caused some extinctions, and it coincides with the mythical, or whatever you want to call ending of.
See, this is what we doing. We reloaded and decoded. We taking all the myth and mystery away from this shit. We ain't doing no conspiracy theory. This ain't no goddamn propaganda. This ain't no weirdo shit. We don't do none of that shit over here. A Hawk School, press 1. The fact is that they tried to bury us in the dirt, but they didn't know we were seeds. And we just been growing and growing and growing and growing. Bro, we Atlanteans. Press 1. When you find you, you'll find Atlantis. Press 1. Let's share the live stream. If everybody shared the live stream twice, that would just be incredible. But if everybody shares the live stream once, we could get like 150 people in here and really run it up. Because I am goddamn chief of the shadow band. Straight up. Let's kick up some dust today. I might, you know what I'm saying? Get on some left shit, you know what I mean? Who knows? You never know how a nigga feel. You know what I'm saying? What my nigga Gucci say? Some days I just ride by. Some days might do a drive-by. Wop.
What a punk. What a fool. Mark.
Bettina Sugar?
Yes.
Django isn't a slave. Django is a free man, you understand? You can't treat him like any of the other niggas around here because he ain't like any of the other niggas around here. You got it?
Of Atlantis, the end of the Ice Age, and this article goes into possible impact sites. Manitoba, Canada. In North Carolina, there was a lot of evidence for impact sites in North Carolina. I want to read you this one little part here. It says, Lake Waccamaw, nearly 6 miles long, is the second largest of the North Carolina land craters, and the largest that still contains water. Towards the southeastern edge of the lake is a sand rim, which would indicate an impact from the northwest. The same is virtually true of all the estimated 500,000 craters so far known. Now, I want to take...
All right, we ain't gonna spend a whole bunch of time talking about no boring-ass craters. Press 1. What I want you to see is that they are documented. They are in North Carolina, and they were caused by an asteroid. We're gonna get more into that, but, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna keep it concise. You know what I mean? And continue with Friday school. Let's pause that right there. You know what I'm saying? You guys just take a little bit from here, a little bit from there. You know what I'm talking about? We cooking. We cooking, man. Let me cook. Let them cook. See, when you be cooking, you be in the kitchen, you just be chefing, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, you really don't even know how good the food be, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't get a chance to eat it until, you know, later. You know what I mean? I sit back and I check out the live streams and I be like, oh, damn, I was cooking. But, you know, I really don't be knowing. So that's why I be hella mad when they take my replay back because I can't make sure I ain't say no fuckery, you know what I'm saying? Let's start here at we finna crack the codes. Watch this.
In the world, let's get into it. Known as Aurora to the Romans, Eos was the goddess of the dawn. She was the daughter of the first generation Titans, Hyperion, a solar deity, and Theia, whose sphere of influence included sight and blue sky, and thus was herself a second generation Titan. Helios, the sun, was her brother, and Selene, the moon, was her sister. Many mortals caught her eye, and she wasn't above abducting them, taking a page out of Zeus's book on several occasions. One was Orion, the giant, incredibly handsome master hunter who was set in the sky as a constellation after his death. Another, Tithonus, Greek mythology's version of Methuselah, the longest-lived man. One was Orion, the giant, incredibly handsome master hunter who was set in the sky as a constellation.
Let's talk about the handsome giant, all right? Orion. Because these are Titans, all right? These are Titans. This is the rise of the Titans. And we're going to connect all the dots. Orion. What happened? What happened to Orion? Hey man, we're going to get rid of all this. Here, let's just stop. We just get rid of that. That way we know it ain't popping up on the screen. Press 1. Let's take a moment to shout everybody out, man. Let's clear some of this stuff off of my screen. See who's in here late to class, man. King of all man, tribe, salute. Charles Clark, peace and bliss. Willie Lilly, tribe, North Carolina, stand up. Anthony Lowe. Anybody else? Put some diamonds in the chat if I haven't said your name. Tim B. The God Vlogs, tribe, Master Green, hey, tribe, Zoe Hustle. Tribe. Quiet Storm Sean, tribe. Who else in here, man? Nikki Nakia, peace and bliss, sis. Grateful. Who else in here? I guess they just lurking, you know what I'm saying? That's cool, we working. Buck Williams, oh shit. Am I muted? No, I ain't muted, man. Yeah, put some diamonds in the chat, man. Y'all be scaring me with that delay. Let's get back to this shit, man. Hold on, let me get this together. Cause they got down. I got some images. They don't want to show them. Let's get this shit out of here. Then we're gonna goddamn fast forward. You can take this time to share the stream because we got a dope ass what's it called? We got a dope ass halftime show lined up. We doing all types of fly shit today. We just want to get rid of all these pictures. Let's start from the top. Make sure you go get you some asteroids from Asteroids Cove. You know what I'm talking about? Put that Hawkin on there. So you know I sent you. You know what I'm saying? Let's get all our images back up, man. What the hell going on? Yeah, I got another build called Stolen Generations coming up. Because like when I be studying, I be finding so much shit, man. Like it's just non-stop. And it's a beautiful thing, you know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong, because, you know, in this world, you're doing one of two things, and that's either growing or dying, you know, and evidently, if you're not growing, you're more than likely dying. Press one. Are we growing over here? Yeah, let's get all our motherfucking special effects. Goddamn, we worked hard to goddamn this shit lit. Goddamn motherfucking StreamYard. Matter of fact, let's get it to they ain't even on. We ain't even come in with the goddamn Wild Indian today, you know what I'm saying? We got some other shit lined up, but we got too many jewels to drop. So I say once we get 200 people in here, man, then we got the goddamn halftime show. We got to get 200 people in here, man. We got 92, man. Let's run it up. Because if we can start breaking the algorithm with people getting in the live stream, then maybe they'll stop hiding these videos. Because we over here dropping motherfucking high science. You know what I'm talking about? And I really want to, I'm going to low-key get into some, like, really some shit that's, like, beneficial to us in the immediate now. You know what I'm saying? Like the video we just dropped with the law of Atlantis, the lost laws of Atlantis, you know what I'm saying? And I said we because I'm talking about the tribe. Because shit, I don't do this shit by myself. And a lot of times when I do sit back and finally eat me a plate of this motherfucking hawk food, I be looking at the chat and y'all drop jewels and send me, you know what I'm saying, on a quest in certain directions. And that's why, based off what I know from building with the tribes, is how I know that we can connect these dots. And that's what we're going to do, you know what I'm saying, today. Is connect a lot of dots.
They charged Jesus.
To the Titans.
Didn't they do that? They discriminate because he told his disciples, go not the way of the Gentiles, but rather go to the lost sheep. He discriminates. Don't go near the Gentiles, go to the lost sheep. Go to the oppressed. That's right. That's right.
That's right.
Ride, 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 ride. Lie when you see me ride.
Don't you see me switching lanes? Set a live stream, man. Set a live stream. It's the rise of the Titans, man. It's Friday, fool.
Man, give me gold bars and gold crowns. If a pimp suck these hoes down, housewives turn porn star. These hoes go too far. I'm guru, this gangsta. St. Louis don't fight fair. Put bullet holes in your paint job. Fake hoes get exposed. Eat bitch niggas like takeout. Hate the game, don't hate the riders. They watch us like a stakeout. Lurking on my Instagram. Is that what all that hate about? You acting like I give a damn. Like I don't know these hoes foul. Okay, I'm reloaded. Who wants a war now? Knock, knock, better open up, or we gon' kick the door down. Pine line, stay soldiered up, nigga, you can ask the whole town. I walk on water like Black Jesus, it's rider season. Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switch sides, don't hate the riders. Hate the game, don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders. Don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switch sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switch sides, don't hate the riders. Hate the game, don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders. Don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switch sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? I'm 100 in any lane, like the neurosurgeon get plenty brain. I'm plenty high, you know how we ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? I'm out my mind like insane. It's my time and I'm not playing. I bury the pharaoh in hot sand. Don't they know this God's land? Fire water, they see me ride. Don't they know this God's plan? If you ain't about it, don't talk about it. Look, bro, that's that's all that I'm saying. Minivan full of contraband, 415 like a marching band. Got a sweet 16, 500 grams. Wake up now, nigga, not the scam. Wild child, nigga, Taliban. Got a wild style like a spray can. Niggas fake like spray tan. Bitches shady like Ray-Bans. I'm unpersuaded, I can't be faded. I'm underrated, I gotta shine. Fuck the clock, boy, fuck your watch. Ride or die, nigga, now it's time. Let me by when you see me ride. You see me switching lanes. Bitch ass niggas switch sides. Don't hate the riders, hate the game. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders, don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switching sides.
After
Don't
his
hate the
death,
riders, hate
enough.
the game. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders, don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switching sides. Don't you see me switching lanes?
While others Google,
Isn't it obvious? Well, that is obvious, but we don't know if it's obvious that God is white. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Jesus did not have blonde hair and blue eyes. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that the images of Jesus that are on prison walls and churches throughout the world are not historically correct, because history teaches us that Jesus was born in a region where the people had color. There's proof in the very Bible that you asked us to read in Revelation 1st chapter, verse 14 and 15, that Jesus had hair like wool and feet.
I've wanted to make this video for about a week now. Last week I was out by the pool reading Graham Hancock's America Before book for the third time. Saw a diagram in his book that I never really looked at closely before, but it has to do with the mounds at Cahokia, right down here. I have made maybe 5 or 6 videos on Cahokia, some of them featuring Monk's Mound right here, the largest earthen pyramid we have in the United States right here. But I made a video, I think it was last year, where I talked about the Path of Souls here, mounds that were not right in the park and are just kind of sitting under the trees. I believe one of them is right down here. So this complex is a lot bigger than what is in the park. There is a mound right there under the trees, but this is very important. The whole layout of the mounds, I believe it represents something very important to these people, and it's in their myths and afterlife beliefs. Now, my previous videos on Cahokia, I took a look at Monk's Mound, I took a look at Woodhenge, the alignments, other things, but I guess I didn't really take all the mounds together and look at it and see what it might represent. And when I looked at this, I knew exactly what it represented. This is Orion, the arm coming up here, the arm extending, even the bow. Even the bow there, they represent that in mounds, and that really gave it away. The legs down here, this was Orion to me, and I had no doubt about it. Here is a look at the constellation of Orion, just with the major stars. You see the bow out front.
Now, now what we're seeing here is that Orion, this Titan, in the skies above Cahokia Mounds. All right. Cahokia is aligned with this Titan, this handsome giant. Put some diamonds in the chat. We're going to connect all the dots. You see how them dots connected on the screen? That's the same way we about.
Here, and then you go back to this here, and that is exactly what they are representing right here. And even a head up here, the body, and Monk's Mound represents the heart of Cahokia, or the heart of Orion right here. Here's the
The heart of Orion.
Diagram I have used a lot. Here's the time up here.
So now you have Cahokia being represented as the heart of this Titan.
But how much did they know way back when about the way the stars moved? Orion has been portrayed a lot as the archer, and you can see why here.
Now we ain't gonna pull up all these videos of all of these people were archers, all of these tribes, even them Arabs, them Turks. They come in with bows and arrows. The Greeks, all in the Jason and the Argonauts. We're gonna get to it. I'm moving too far ahead. You know what I'm talking about? We're on that high-powered Atlantis shit. Press 1.
This star traveling this way, it looks like he's pulling a bow back, about to do some hunting. Well, I think this is very important. And this right here with the bow, pulling the bow back here, the arm raised, the legs here, I have no doubt that the layout of Cahokia was meant to represent the constellation of Orion. Now, when I was looking at this, I thought, could this be my imagination here playing tricks on me? And I thought, nope, this is exactly what it represents. Orion was central to their afterlife beliefs. And like a lot of cultures, the afterlife was very important to these people. The legs, the arm going up here, the head, the arm extended, and that bow really clinched it for me. But what really sealed it for me was down here. This mound right here had some real small mounds around it here, and they think that represented a rattle. But then the Rattlesnake Causeway goes up here and ends, and that's exactly what their afterlife beliefs indicate, that you would go up this causeway and then jump off into the portal of the Orion Nebula. Graham Hancock talks about that at Mounds View and at Cahokia extensively in his book, America Before. Here is the Rattlesnake Causeway. It ends right below the belt, right where the Orion Nebula hangs down, right where this portal is into the afterlife. I think this is super important. I will leave the link to the video I made last year on the causeway here and the leap into the Orion Nebula and their afterlife, the path of souls. You see the phallus or the sword hanging down. The Orion Nebula was right here. That is very important. Here you see a diagram of the archer, the sword or phallus hanging down.
All right. Let's move on. We're just going to prove one thing after another, connect one dot after another. And show and prove that this is our history that's been stolen from us. And that this is the Immaculate Republic of Atlantis. Right beneath your feet, if you're a so-called American Negro. What's next? Let's keep it concise, Hawk School. We analyzed the bow. Okay. This is what's next. Because we don't have to watch, you know, like I say, this is, it's like, what's the shit called? It's like the wax, you know what I'm saying? We extracting all the most fire shit out of all of this, you know what I'm saying? Knowledge, all of this stolen knowledge. Let's get a little more into the geology of Atlantis. Why don't we? We almost have 100 people in here. Isn't that awesome, guys? We're halfway there. We're halfway to 1/4 of the way to halfway to the finish line. Press 1. The 1 is for 1 because we already won. Go ahead, share the live stream for the win. You know what I'm talking about? Oh man, wait till y'all see the halftime show. It's gonna be lit. Let's go.
Guys, this is Chris Cottrell with the Dabbler's Den, and I just wanted to put together a quick video introducing and explaining a topic that has fascinated me for nearly 2 decades. This is part 1 of a multi-part series covering Carolina Bay Formation, and is based on a presentation that I'm currently working on. You know, there's a story of a really, really bad day written all over North America's landscapes, and these Carolina Bays are just a small part of that story. So I hope you learned something from this, and if you have any questions, please feel free to message me or to leave them in the comments below. I start my presentation with one of my Dabbler's Den videos. If you're a subscriber already, you may remember a video we put together out at Grand Bay, which is just northeast of Valdosta, Georgia. I've been going out there since 1999, and this is really where my fascination of Carolina Bay. People started.
All right, so it's not just some random motherfucking European, all right, talking about shit. He been going there since how long? Put it in the chat. Everybody put it in the chat. How long you been going out there? How many years has he been going down here and trying to figure this shit out?
Started to notice the same elliptical shapes all over the landscape of the coastal plains, and now it's important to note that the bays aren't actually named after bodies of water. Even though many of them do contain water, they are actually named after a type of bay tree that is commonly found in the depressions. And you can see this is an example right here of what a bay tree.
Now, they're called the Carolina Bays. Follow me. They trying to run the scam. Ugh, get it out of here. He said it's a leaf. No, they misspelled bays. Press 1. The 1 is for 1 because we already won. It's Friday school. Friday school on Sunday. We out the water.
Looks like. Now, out of habit, I'm going to continue to call them bays, but just know that they're actually named after a plant and not a body of water. So you see all these elliptical bays here. Now, as I mentioned, it's the mystery of the bays that has fascinated me for so long. Up until now, we haven't really had a clear understanding as to how they formed. Interestingly enough, though, when they were first discovered, it was thought that a meteor shower or something of an extraterrestrial origin must have formed the elliptical depressions, craters.
Always some extraterrestrial shit with these motherfuckers.
People got really excited about the idea back in the 30s and 40s. But the problem with this hypothesis was a lack of evidence, and rightfully so. A meteor, there were no meteor fragments large enough to create the Carolina Bays ever discovered. So it was quickly dismissed by the scientific community. And since then, geologists they've been trying to come up with a terrestrial explanation of the bays. And it's been hypothesized in the past that their formations may have been the result of really old spring basins. And you can see here, there's just a list of them, all the way to giant fish nests, much like a cichlid forms a nest, but on a much larger scale. And again, this is pretty ridiculous if you ask me. Right now, the accepted scientific explanation for Carolina Bays is that they are scour marks formed from persistent northwest to west glacial winds. And you can see here, it's kind of demonstrated, northwest to west winds.
So now they want to hide this history so bad, but we got the whole little breakdown right here. All right, this is the formation of the Carolina Bays. All right, a really bad day. And so these are the previously hypothesized explanations. 13 bullshit explanations. 13. How ironic, wouldn't you say?
During our most recent ice ages, and basically the wind and water erosion over time, long periods of time, smooth the edges of shallow ponds, making them bigger and piling up sand on the southeast corners, because most of these Carolina Bays do have a ridge of sand on the southeast corner. To me, this is a very complex explanation, and it really doesn't hold a lot of weight. I mean, they're all so perfectly shaped, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, as you're going to see, the true explanation for these formations occurred much quicker and was much more dramatic than just wind and water erosion over a long period of time. So while all the Carolina Bays may not be the same size, they are all the same shape for the most part. They have that elliptical shape, and ironically, they are all oriented in the same northwest to southeast direction. They all point to the same spot on a map. And in my opinion, this should have been a case closed as to the origins of the bays. They must be secondary impacts from a much larger primary impact that would have occurred in this area, where the Great Lakes are here now in the United States. But again, we're dealing with science here, so there has to be evidence of it, and that evidence has been lacking. No meteor fragments, nothing like that, that would suggest that this was an impact, and the base would have been secondary impacts.
Now we're gonna continue to let him build, but as you can see, he's still trying to put together his own hypothesis with the data that has been received. You know what I'm talking about? And I kind of missed him say that they hadn't found any meteor deposits, but what was it? Probably iron. They gonna goddamn dig that shit up and put that shit in wherever the fuck they want. I mean, all they was doing was stealing resources. You know what I'm saying? Who let the dogs out? Looking ass. So they on the goddamn come up. But let's let this continue and let's check this out. Because there's something very interesting when dealing with these glacial formations, and we're gonna let it play and we'll analyze.
But one thing that we definitely have to consider is that there was a huge ice sheet sitting on top of North.
Yes, we're going to get into Tecumseh's the Prophet's Comet of 1812. We will definitely be dealing with that.
North America, the North American continent during the last ice age, and the area where the Carolina Bays point to, again, in this area right here.
Now, the reason this video is very important is because as you see glacial maximum, all right, the whole black belt, all right, the whole black belt is never under ice. Press 1, WON, 1. If you type it in, you'll see a 1 pop up. All right, so this wasn't covered under ice. We weren't covered under ice. The gold belt, the black belt, where all these mounds are, where all these great kingdoms are, the Yucatan, look, we balling over here. Fuck you mean? Who got to go across the Bering Strait? We at the crib. We still here. Press 1. The fuck is they talking about?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts. Bitch, I'm flowing straight from the survival scroll. Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
Of ice on top of it. And again, that's 2 miles of ice straight up. If a meteorite, or more likely a comet fragment, were to slam into an area, into this area specifically, I can easily see it sending a cascade of ice boulders and slush balls all over the continent. Have you ever heard that an icicle is the perfect murder weapon? Well, this kind of brings a whole new meaning to that for me. If this sent huge ice balls all over, all over North America, the devastation would have been extraordinary.
My bad, man. I'm over here feeling myself because I'm looking at this map, and that's the reason for the echo. And I'm like, shit, we never was under motherfucking ice.
Whatever, then I'm wrong. You got me now. You got me now. Oh, you figured me out. You fucking nincompoop fucking poop.
Well, anyways, over the past decade or so, Google Earth has become such a powerful tool to help us see the big picture. If we align all of
the fakes got here recently. Buck Williams, Mr. EOS, Tribe, we do appreciate you being a Hawk School alumni. And we're gonna change that up for the new year. You're gonna be a member of the Republic, the illustrious, immaculate Republic of Atlantis. We turning all the way up. Because by the time I get done breaking all this shit down, all these hundreds of hours of research, you know what I'm saying? I really could have a master's degree in this shit. It's a whole bunch of master's degrees I should already have. You know what I'm talking about?
When I say, who's the master? You say,
The known Carolina bays, all right here. If we line them all. And let's not forget about the Nebraska rainwater basins. They're over here in Nebraska. Sorry, Nebraska, don't mean to leave you out. I'm a Georgia boy over here. Anyways, they the same thing. They all point in the same direction that the Carolina bays point to. So, and if we align all those things up, we adjust for the Coriolis effect and the hang time of these secondary icy impactors, all the arrows point to this location right here. And this is the Saginaw Bay. And yes, this is a real bay this time. It's not just a plant, but I understand why it was overlooked for so long. But after connecting the dots, it should be clear to see that this entire area right here is indeed an impact crater. Something came in extraordinarily fast and hit this area. And if you keep in mind that there was 2 miles of ice on top of that when it occurred, it should be pretty easy to understand why the evidence has been so hard to gather. It was literally washed away only moments after impact. I mean, the amount of energy and the amount of, how quickly it would have occurred, the amount of steam and water that would have instantly been created at that time would have completely erased all evidence at that area. I'm going to have a whole video on this here shortly. So there's more on.
But I haven't looked into very deep yet. This is earthsky.org, and it's talking about how the astronomers now believe that most copper on Earth was forged in very massive stars. They believe copper came to be after these stars expanded to become supergiant stars. These supergiant stars later exploded as supernovae, catapulting the newly minted copper into space. All right, so that goes with the copper mines and all of that up here. You know what I mean? But that's a whole nother bill. Share the live stream, man. We about to goddamn connect a lot of dots. We dropping jewels. Put some diamonds in the chat if you hear me loud and clear. Tribe.
On the actual primary impact in another video. Okay, so I want to keep these videos to a manageable and digestible length. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up part 1 here. If this was your first exposure to Carolina bays, then great, awesome. I hope you find this topic as intriguing or as interesting as I have. Now, if this is old news to you, then stick around, because part 2 is where things are really going to start to get interesting. We're going to look at some new technology and pairing it with some of our older technology, and look at how LIDAR is just a total game changer when it comes to seeing.
LIDAR is a total game changer, dude. It's a fucking game changer, man. It's mind-blowing. Let's get these numbers up, man. Share the live stream, share the live stream, share the live stream. We dropping jewels. It's motherfucking Friday school on Sunday. We got down out the water, live from the Republic of Atlantis. You know what I'm talking about? And we back with a vengeance. Niggas stealing the sauce, you know what I'm saying? Stealing all the Aboriginal sauce, eating off niggas, you know what I'm saying? Watching our videos and shit, act like they don't know us. Press 1. Yeah, I know, wow, nigga, that's what I said. Let's get a little more into this Greek connection. All right, so we've already established these cataclysmic events. We're going to get more into that. We're also going to build on of course, the 1812 comet in Tecumseh, the prophet. We're going to get into that a little later. Right now, we're going to we're going to continue to show and prove how our history has been hidden and stolen, and I'm going to show you all these little cracks and crevices where they're hiding us. You know what I mean? And you know, it's funny because there's a saying in Islam and it says, actually it's in the Quran, beware of those who blow into knots to undo them. And it makes me think about is it called the kickapoo? Or am I saying it right? The knots that they had in Carol Soupe. Carol Soupe was a contemporary of what's the word? Oh, contemporary of Egypt. Gobekli Tepe. You're going to hear the word probably later in the live stream. I just thought it was important that everyone knew exactly what we're talking about. It's living or existing at the same time, right? Belonging to the same age or period. Because they're going to let you know that these places are contemporary. But they're going to use this word so you don't know that it means, oh, they're at the same time, nigga. Carol Soupe is a contemporary of ancient Egypt. Type shit. And it'll just go over your head. Respectfully. You are now live with the Incredible Hawk Live. Live on live. On live. Live from the Immaculate Republic of Atlantis. Let's get back to it. So I don't even think we're supposed to be talking about Carl Soupe yet. Oh, and you know, something that's funny, and I'll just throw it in while I'm thinking about it, with the Gobekli Tepe. So I'm like, so what the fuck is a tepe? You know what I'm saying? Etymology, because they're saying etymology for Ottoman Turkish, crown of the head, apex, summit, mountain, peak, or hill. All right, so that's what they call in the mounds over there, the pyramids. But it comes from Turkish etymology. Tepe, right? So, you know how we rocking. Oh, it's right here. Let's go to it. It doesn't have any etymology. In the English, at least. It's not a word. All right. It sent me to teepee. 1743. From Dakota Suent, teepee, a dwelling or house. All right. You literate ass nigga. So them tents that these motherfuckers living in, hey, if that's what y'all was living in, you know what I'm saying? Well, we got down fresh out the water. Rise of the Titans, the kingdoms of Atlantis. It's a nice topic. Is it tonight or is it today? It's always tonight. Fuck it, tribe. All right. Let's get back to it. Block the screen. The Greeks. Let's learn a little bit about the Greeks here.
Jason was the leader of the Argonauts in the era that was one generation before the... Peleus had usurped the throne of Iolcus and expelled Jason's father. Peleus received a prophecy from an oracle that told him to beware of a man with just one sandal. Jason showed up at Iolcus wearing just one sandal to demand to succeed to the throne of his father. Peleus decided to send him on what he thought would be a suicide mission, to go to Colchis and fetch the Golden Fleece. When Jason and the Argonauts finally arrived there, Aphrodite caused Medea, the daughter of the king, to fall in love with Jason. Medea showed Jason how to complete the tasks and avoid the dangers, so that Jason was able to successfully capture the Golden Fleece, after which Jason secretly carried away Medea with him. After Jason, with Medea, returned to Iolcus, Medea reversed some of the aging of Jason's father, and tricked the daughters of Peleus into killing their father.
Let's finish what Bruce started.
God damn, y'all be tripping. All right, so this is from Jason and the Argonauts. All right, he's one of the Titans, and this is very, very strange. Let's listen a little more about the Titans.
Tyro with the 40 years earlier, Tyro, daughter of King Salaminus, had fallen in love with the river god Oenopus. However, unfortunately for Tyro, Oenopus would...
Okay, now they're going to show you all these old weird-ass pictures, but it's one of the river gods. We know who the river gods are. Press 1.
reject her advances. Seeing the events unfold from Mount Olympus,
Poseidon, one of the Titans. All right, king of the sea. Oh, that's Neptune.
Poseidon, the god of the sea, would
So you got the god of the sea. Okay, I was correct. Stay with me, man. Everybody share the live stream. It's almost time for the halftime show. It's about to be lit. Let's learn a little more about these Titans, because you are the Titans. All right? And I'm going to show and prove that by the time we're done with this video. Because that's what we do over here. Show and prove.
decide to take advantage of her affections. Taking the form of Oenopus, Poseidon would descend to Earth, seducing Tyro, with the two spending a night together.
Now, they telling these stories because these niggas is grabbing up these white bitches and got them in their harems. You know what I'm saying? So these gods are intermarrying. They're coming down from the heavens, out of the spiritual realm, and they're getting on this physical shit, butt naked shit, smoking opium, fucking bitches from France and shit. Got these harems. See, because you got to remember, when people always say, "Oh, can't Muslims have 4 wives? Y'all can be polytheistic." Well, at the time that was revealed, that wasn't an allowance. That was a restriction. All right? Because these niggas had whole harems, hundreds of women. So you really got to think about it. And I'm going to show and prove all these different schools of thought are all, they resonate with our people for a certain reason. And these people feed them to us for a certain reason. Send us these master teachers for a certain reason. And they give you a little drip drop, you know what I'm saying? Or the Hegelian dialectic, let you pick a side. But Atlantis wasn't divided like that. We ruled the world. Not just the city, Craig.
Preaching rapture and disappearing, and it's known, it's written, that the righteous shall inherit the kingdom of God, the earth, and the wicked shall be shaken out.
A master teacher is one who has the ability to apply logic and rational thinking to the things that he asserts to his students. And a master teacher, in turn, produces master students in return. You cannot be a master teacher unless you are producing master students. Who are, or how do you produce master students as a master teacher? Because when you get your students to think logically and rationally and not just believing something just because it's said, because you're not really teaching people, you know, your, what's the word I want to say? What's the word I want to say? It's a certain word I want to say. When you educate people, you're not really teaching them anything. You're programming them to think a certain way. Most of the people who are referred to as teachers in the world are not really teachers at all. They're programmers, because they're being taught from your college professors on down to your grade school, high school teachers and whatnot. They're programmers.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
As the next day dawned, Poseidon would reveal that he was not Oedipus at all, but rather the god of the sea. Shocked at the deception, Tyro would also be informed that she would soon give birth to 2 sons, but that she must keep the affair a secret. And so, when the time came and she gave birth to 2 boys, Tyro would leave them in the wild to die. But as the children of Poseidon, they possessed great strength, surviving long enough until a local herdsman stumbled across them.
So, basically, this yeah, we back in here. Had a little minor technical difficulty there. Try. We live. They can't stop it. Yeah. Let's do some shout outs, man. Since we had these little technical difficulties, let's do some shout outs. Shy Appleton's in here. Tribe. D. Harris. Tribe Bullish Prince of Wales. Peace to the tribe. Zoe Hustle. Who else late to class? We already shouted out Hepe Hawk Yos. Tribe. Peace to the illustrious and immaculate unconquered tribes of Atlantis, king of all man, Charles Clark. I don't know what happened there. What I was saying was, so the I didn't forget. This bitch. She done got pregnant by one of the gods of the sea, or the king of the sea, the god of the one of us, bro. All these gods of the sea, you know what I'm saying? It's niggas. See, like Jason, the Argonaut. Jason and the Argonauts. The Argonaut is the I believe the Argo is the name of the ship. And the Argonauts are the Titans who got on the ship. And the ship is supposed to have gotten like beached. It got stuck in Africa and they couldn't get home. All right. So it's a story called Jason and the Argonauts. We should bring everything right back up. Let me see what I got, man. Crank that up, man. Share the live stream, man. Get them numbers up, man. What the fuck? What y'all on, man? Straight up, man. We over here dropping jewels, man. Get your motherfucking pen and paper, man, because you don't know none of this shit we over here talking about. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I said it. Got the ghost of MJ watching. Everybody go get your snacks, man. It's a snack break. You know what I'm saying? And if you got down sneaking and geeking and ain't hit that like and you ain't share, you can hold that right there. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's like that, man. It's Friday school. You know what I mean? It's Friday school, live from Atlantis, man. Let's get this back up and rolling, man. You know what? I think this is a fine time for halftime. Put some diamonds in the chat if you're ready for the halftime show. Let's go.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die about our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we bought a corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece.
Yeah, speak to me. Are you laughing, biatch? You find it funny? You find it funny?
Tribe, they can't stop the vibe. Let's get it.
But rather the god of the sea. Shocked at the deception, Tyro would also be informed that she would soon give birth to 2 sons, but that she must keep the affair a secret. And so, when the time came and she gave birth to 2 boys, Tyro would leave them in the wild to die. But as the children of Poseidon, they possessed great strength, surviving long enough until a local herdsman stumbled across them. Saving the twins, he would raise them as his own, naming one Peleus and the other Neleus. However, having returned to the kingdom of Iolcus, Tyro had married her uncle King Cretheus, with her bearing him 3 sons, the eldest Aeson, as well as Pheres and Amathion. As the years went on, they too would have sons of their own, with Aeson, the rightful heir to the throne, having a boy named Jason. But King Cretheus, having now ruled his kingdom for almost 50 years, had reached the end of his life, passing on to the realm of the dead. Upon the king's death, and having mourned his father's passing, Aeson would be ready to inherit the throne. But it was at this moment Peleus, the firstborn of Tyro and Poseidon, who had been left in the wild to die, would claim the kingdom of Iolcus as his own, sending in his armies to take the city by force. Fearing for the life of his infant son Jason, Aeson smuggled the boy out of the city, leaving him with the centaur Chiron to be raised. Upon his return to Iolcus, he would find the city ablaze, being quickly caught and imprisoned by Peleus' soldiers. Chiron, the teacher of Heracles and other.
Now, this Jason's teacher is the same teacher of Hercules. All right? And you see these depictions, even though these is whitewashed images, what does this remind you of? This is Orion. All right? And this is a long story that we'll get back to. You know what I'm saying? We'll get back to it, but because you probably like, I wanted to bring the Greek heroes into it. Actually, let's learn a little more about this so you can see a clear picture, and then we'll do a breakdown. Stay with.
Other famous heroes would raise Jason for 20 years, teaching him athletics, speechcraft, and warfare. But as Jason reached manhood, and having learnt everything Chiron had to offer, he would set out to reclaim his father's stolen kingdom.
I think that's a good stopping point. We're gonna pause it right there. To reclaim his father's stolen kingdom. And you know, when I'm just because of how I research, I'm hearing Jason, and I'm just like, well, I wonder where that even came from for real. So I'm reading about the Friday the 13th Jason. All right. The most famous Jason we know. With a mask, also, I might add. You know what I'm saying? Much like the mask worn by Janissaries and Romans, and many ancient cultures participated in this. But you never really looked at it that way when you saw Jason, did you? You never really thought of it as a titan. So I'm looking them up. 13 happens to be my favorite number. My birthday's on the 13th. I buried my mother on the 13th. God bless her soul. May God elevate her status in paradise forever. Amen. May he have mercy on her even as she had mercy on me as a child. Amen. But so I decided to read about Jason. Because Friday the 13th came to mind. You know, I'm a hood nigga. Who is this character? Have we really given it any thought? Jason Voorhees first appears during a nightmare of the main character Alice Hardy in the original Friday the 13th film. He becomes the main antagonist of series and sequels as well as the films. There have been books and comics that have either expanded the universe of Jason or been based on a minor aspect of him. Jason made his first cinematic appearance in the original Friday the 13th on May 9th, 1980. In this film, Jason is portrayed in the memories of his mother, Mrs. Voorhees, and as a nightmare of the film's protagonist, Alice. Although not a central character in the original movie, he is still the catalyst of the film's plot. Mrs. Voorhees, the main antagonist, seeks revenge. All right, listen now. She seeks revenge for her son's drowning, which she blames on the irresponsible camp counselors. Camp counselors? They drowned Jason? He was submerged? Underwater? Revealed to be alive, an adult Jason exacts revenge on Alice for decapitating his mother in the original film. Jason returns to Crystal Lake, living there as a hermit and guarding it from all intruders. Blah, 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 blah. So they're telling you all about the different movies. But it all started with him being drowned at Boy Scouts. But there's more. Let's go a little deeper. Come on out the water, Jason. Friday the 13th, so many movies. So many movies. But there's more. Friday the 13th. Why Friday the 13th? Y'all ain't never wondered that part? Let's see. I mean, it is a 13. I mean, we do know the 13th letter of the alphabet is, of course, M. And if you learned about the 5%, M is for master. Friday the 13th is considered an unlucky day in Western superstition. It occurs when the 13th day of the month in the Gregorian calendar falls on a Friday, which happens at least once every year, but can occur up to 3 times in the same year. For example, 2015 had a Friday the 13th in February, March, and blah, blah, blah. All right? Not that interesting yet, right? Come on back. I don't want to slow down the momentum. The unluckiness of 13, according to folklore, historian Donald Dosey, the unlucky nature of the number 13 originated with a Norse myth about 12 gods having a dinner party in Valhalla. All right. The trickster god Loki, who was not invited, arrived as the 13th guest and arranged for Hor to shoot Baldur with a mistletoe-tipped arrow. Dosey Baldur died, and the whole earth got dark. The whole earth mourned. It was a bad, unlucky day. This major event in Norse mythology caused the number 13 to be considered unlucky. Oh no, there's more. The superstition seems to relate to various things, like the story of Jesus' Last Supper and crucifixion, in which there were 13 individuals. All right, Loki is Judas, present in the upper room. All right, on the 13th of Nisan, Monday, Thursday, the night before. Now, this is where they're putting in their Zoroastrian, Persian shit. All right, because the Arabs controlled the Persians. When we're talking about the times of Atlantis, black Arabs. While there is evidence of both Friday and the number 13 being considered unlucky, there is no record of the two items being referred to as especially unlucky in conjunction before the 19th century. Now, something also very interesting is that Friday is a holy day, according to Muslims. 19th century, it's a unlucky day, though. In France, Friday the 13th may have been associated with a misfortune as early as the first half of the 19th century, blah, blah, blah. Okay, y'all late. Y'all tardy to the party. We already got you figured out. So, all of this is just overlapping and overlapping. And then you got niggas who will argue with you and think it's overlapping because, oh, Egypt this, woo. No, nigga, the shit overlapping because it's a lie. You know what I'm saying? They making it overlap. It's like teepee ain't no motherfucking tent. You know what I'm saying? Nigga knew it wasn't a tent since the 1700s. Press 1. But let me get back. Oh, yes. Here it is. Friday. Oh, boom. We already did that. We'll get to Lake Triton in just a moment here. Put some diamonds in the chat, man, if you're fucking with goddamn Jason Voorhees, goddamn Wild Indian Drip. I know y'all was probably like, what the fuck does Jason have to do with it? Yeah, that's the same thing I was thinking. But I'm really reading these books, like for real reading these books, reading blogs and motherfucking niggas' dissertations, and we ain't like your fake master teachers. You know, they fake study.
1 second, I'm gonna finish all this.
All these books?
Yeah.
All right. I'm
Already.
watching. Yes. Go on. What is it? What
It
just
was
happened?
fast, so you didn't know.
What did you just do?
It's because I'm fast.
You are fast. That what? What did you want to tell me? You just finished reading all those books?
Yeah.
What did you learn from the book that you just read?
Read it out. Let me hear you.
So, it's very good.
You said what?
The first one is pretty real.
Is what? The
First one is pretty real.
Wait,
We're all stuck with the Cecil B. DeMille version of Rome, a city of hulking white marble on a gargantuan scale. But in 500 BC, Rome was made of wood and mud. Hicksville on the banks of the River Tiber. A Roman Empire? Dream on. The story of Carthage forces us to see another side of the Romans. Not the upright lawgivers, but the thuggish upstarts. Not the flag bearers of civilization, but the ruthless wannabes. By 300 BC, Rome...
So now he's telling you about these fake Romans, all right? Fake empire, all right? Stay with me.
Forces us to see another side of the Romans. Not...
Forgot to rewind. I digress. Now for the fake empire. Let's get it.
The upright lawgivers, but the thuggish upstarts. Not the flag bearers of civilization, but the ruthless wannabes. But the ruthless wannabes. But the thuggish upstarts. Not the flag bearers of civilization, but the ruthless wannabes. Not the flag bearers of Not the flag bearers of civilization, but the ruthless wannabes. By 300 BC, Rome was punching and kicking its way to becoming a militarized state. Like some monstrous embryo with a destiny to fulfill, straining to be born. Rome had been feeling the heat. The islands off its west coast were all Carthaginian.
The islands. Here's the water, all right? So wherever you see niggas on the islands, on the coast, they controlling shit. If they ain't being conquered, they goddamn got a federation with somebody, press 1. We're gonna get to it, though. We're gonna Jason out the water. It's Friday school. Share the live stream, man. Everybody share the live stream twice, man. We sending Jason to the house. Straight up. We out the water, man. It's Atlantis rising. Straight up. Where is that, man? Rise of the Titans. I'm gonna connect everything for you today. And we're gonna wrap it up. We ain't even gonna take that long. Press 1. The 1 is for 1 because we already won. Boom. With that. With that. Let's go. Rise of the Titans. Y'all didn't know who Jason was for real. Jason from the Republic of Atlantis, man. Straight up.
That little bit too close for comfort. In Sardinia, Carthage had riches on tap from its mines of silver, gold, copper, tin, and zinc. The Carthaginians were greedy for land like this in southern Sardinia. The earth here is literally crammed full of precious minerals. And what's more, it's handily perched by the sea, ready to disgorge its metals onto the waiting Carthaginian ships. For over 300 years, the vast mineral wealth of Sardinia and Spain helped pay for the Carthaginian navy in its efforts to...
Sardinia and Spain helped pay for the Carthaginian navy. These are Negroes, so black people, whatever you want to call them. We colorblind. We got bigger fish to fry.
To police the Mediterranean Sea and to keep it open for business. Control of the sea was what counted. As rivals developed naval fleets, the Carthaginians stayed way ahead of the game. Their ships could be assembled in the turn of a tide, because they were made in kit form, with the instructions written directly onto the wood. It was an inspired, visionary design that would one day contribute to Carthage's downfall.
Point is that anybody, well, almost anybody, with any rudimentary carpentry experience could put this boat together. Once you had the prototype, you didn't need some fancy boat builder to put it together for you. So 2,000 years before IKEA, the Carthaginians had created a flat-pack navy.
And here it is, world-class hardware to put the frighteners on your foes. Carthage's fleet of giant battleships could outpace and overwhelm any other on the Mediterranean.
Halcyon days for Carthage, but they'd failed to hear the distant rumblings from Italy over the sea. Rome, that small, insignificant city-state, had, after a long series of bloody wars, subjugated the whole of central Italy. Rome was on the up, but still nothing more than a small regional power.
Now, pay attention to the fact that he says they got the blueprint, they got the instructions, all right? And we can do a deep dive on the different things that they were said to have been transporting. They ships ready, on go, all right? And this is why when they talking about one of the gods of the sea, see, they really whitewashing niggas out. You know what I'm saying? That's why Jason had to come back for his to reclaim his kingdom. All right? Because they were bleaching them out. That's why the motherfuckers was inbreeding and shit. It's really for another bill, but oh no, hold on. But we need this. I want to show you a little something here. Get that out of here. Show you an example of what I'm talking about. Because we already talked about it, and I really wanted, this is for another build, but it does apply to what we're talking about here. This is 3 generations reading from right to left. You have a half-blood, all right? Irish, Australian. These are the Aborigines of Australia when they were breeding them out. That's for our next build, Stolen Generations. Make sure you check it out. Make sure you subscribe, hit that bell for notifications. Share the live stream while we got a moment, man. We're going to show them the science of washing, all right? Or should I say blanching? The science of blanching is what we're looking at here, all right? Peace to the tribes, man. If you're just not tuned in, man, I do appreciate you taking time out of your life to come get some of these diamonds straight from Solomon's mine, or should I say Suleiman. I don't know where you're from. You know what I'm talking about? You get your pen and your paper, because we over here dropping jewels. Stewart still lit. He been rolling on X pill for like 2 days. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Jason out the water. It's up. Blanche. Feminine proper name from French blanche, from Old French blanc, white. A word of Germanic origin. C blank, a fairly popular name for girls born in the U.S. from 1880 to 1900. Oh, how convenient. Blank, white, pale, colorless, white, shining, blank, white, gleaming. All right, so they want to blanch us. Blanco, Bianco, Blanco, blankness, blankety blank blank blanks. Let's get back to where we belong. It's Friday school.
Nothing for the Carthaginians to worry about.
Oh, yes. Let me finish reading. I almost forgot. So you have 3 generations. You have the half-blood Irish-Australian father with a full-blood Aboriginal mother. All right. Then you have a quadroon daughter, father Australian-born of Scottish parents. All right, so now you got another white, you know what I'm saying, offspring. So she's mixed. She gave it a white man. Now you get the quadroon. All right. And then from the quadroon, his daddy white. All right. By the time he get him a white girl, nigga, you gone. Press 1. They want your blood. The spirit is in the blood.
It's the Spirit of God. See, the Spirit of God is omnipotent, and it works on you. It'll work on your ass, and I can be far, far away, because it's considered conscience, you know. Ain't nothing fell in my conscience.
So they thought. But Rome had become a contender. Its legions were creeping southwards, devouring land in their path, city by path. A contender. Its legions were creeping southwards, its legions were creeping southwards, devouring land in their path, city by city, state by state. While the Carthaginians revelled in their success, envious eyes were beginning to size up their good fortune.
He tried to speed past that Legion shit. I can't let him speed past that when we in the goddamn Hawk School for the Gifted and Elect. Press 1. Legion means a large group, or in another parlance, it may mean many. In the Bible, it was used to refer to the group of demons, particularly those in 2 of 3 versions of the exorcism of the Gerasene demoniac. The demoniac, an account in the New Testament of an incident in which Jesus performed an exorcism. All right. Counters a possessed man and calls on the demon to emerge, demanding to know its name, an important element of traditional exorcism practice. All right. According to Keener, 1999, page 282, he finds the man is possessed by a multitude of demons who give the collective name of Legion. All right. Fearing that Jesus will drive them out of the world and into the abyss, they beg him instead to send them into a herd of pigs, which he does. The pigs then rush into the sea and are drowned. All right. But because these spirits are not from a heavenly realm, they can't return to a heavenly realm.
From its humble beginnings, Rome's rise had been relentless. By the 3rd century BC, it had bulldozed its way through Italy with determination, luck, and overwhelming force. It wasn't long before the snarling supremacists of the land cast around for a new challenge: the sea. Carthage's days of having the Mediterranean to itself were over. So the land cast around for a new challenge: the sea. Carthage's days of having the Mediterranean to itself were over. By 275 BC, Rome had conquered virtually the whole of Italy, and now she started jealously eyeing up those lucrative southern trade routes which Carthage controlled. But
Yeah, I just happened to glance down and see my nigga Hefe got this message, and we're gonna read it out loud. It says, they called Negroes Merinos. In some instances, Merinos meant pig. Pig Latin is supposedly Moorish Latin, so that's a metaphor saying Negroes got the demons in them, driven to the sea, the Moors. Yeah, man. Jason out the water today. He out the water today, man. Press 1. It's a checkup. Share the live stream.
Not even how you thought. Niggas, checkup time. Time to pay the piper. Well, but you don't have to, huh? You got rights to believe however you wanna, huh? There's only one God. There's only one blood covenant book that's floating around here of God Almighty. Not a covenant of a man will make house niggas, Ku Klux Klan members, and everyone to feel like they can just shuffle their ass foot about getting about the business I'm talking about.
Mount a serious challenge, she had to conquer the sea. Carthage's juiciest peach was Sicily, almost halfway between Rome and North Africa. Prime position for a violent tug of love. Conquer the sea. Carthage's juiciest peach was Sicily, almost halfway between Rome and North Africa. Prime position for a violent tug of love. A chilly standoff gave way to Cold War. Carthage promised to stay out of Italy if Rome kept out of Sicily. But I get the feeling the Carthaginians didn't have a clue who they were dealing with here. There was a new elite controlling Rome, a nouveau riche, gorged on money and short on scruples, that was hankering after Sicily's charms. You can see why at this superb archaeological site, a Carthaginian settlement on the small island of Motia, off the west coast of Sicily. The community here was running a lucrative staging post for Carthaginian ships circling the Mediterranean. For good reason.
Circling the Mediterranean. Carthaginian ships. Alright. And this is this is the Roman Holocaust. Let me see. Did we plan on playing this whole video? Let's see. No, let's go. We got something else to show you. We got something else. We got more. There's more. There's much, much more. Connect a few more dots here. Tonight's topic is the kingdoms of Atlantis. Reloaded and decoded. You are now live with the Incredible Hulk. Live from the Immaculate Republic of Atlantis. Put some diamonds in the chat. You are the jewel of the Nile, my nigga. You the jewel of the universe, my nigga. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. You are that. You are the Titans. I'm gonna show you where they hid you. Everything. Yeah, take notes. You won't let them dance it out. Share the live stream. Just giving you a little time to share the live stream. We don't want it to get boring. Hey, we smoke weed in our class. We in the medical state. Press 1. That's why you nigga over here eating popcorn, going crazy on some high shit. Chill out. Let's get back to it.
Why Rome wanted Sicily so bad. Rome was governed by fear. Sicily was only a short hop away from mainland Italy, and places like this dock at Motia, were fantastic for making sure that Carthaginian ships could be rearmed and restocked for a potential strike on the Italian mainland. Another reason for Rome's aggression was greed. The businessmen turned politicians who now controlled Rome had originally made their fortunes through trade in the southern Mediterranean, and one of their best customers had been Carthage. Now the thinking was that if they can on the Italian mainland. Another reason for Rome's aggression was greed. The businessmen turned politicians who now controlled Rome had originally made their fortunes through trade in the southern Mediterranean, and one of their best customers had been Carthage. Now the thinking was that if they controlled places such as this, they'd be able to flood North Africa with their produce. And so fear and greed, Rome's belligerent twins, took their first swipe at Carthage's empire.
Because you got to remember, when you're dealing with Ptolemy and all this is Greece and Egypt. Press 1. You're thinking these niggas, Carthage is niggas. The Roman Holocaust is us. But we're going to get to that. You know what I'm saying? Jason and the Argonauts. Drown, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? You know how they do the Atlanteans. That's just their last joke, I guess, to drown us, since we goddamn controlled the waters.
Preaching rapture and disappearing, and it's known as written that the righteous shall inherit the kingdom of God, the earth, and the wicked shall be shaken out.
Christ. History calls it the First Punic War, but to me, it's more than just another ancient conflict. It was unparalleled in its savagery, and it lasted 25 years. Before Christ. History calls it the First Punic War, but to me, it's more than just another ancient conflict. It was unparalleled in its savagery, and it lasted 25 years. But more than this, it marked Rome's blood-soaked birth as an empire. I'm now in the very waters where Roman and Carthaginian ships once fought, in a war that irreversibly changed the balance of power in the Mediterranean. The First Punic War was a real turning point for the Roman Empire. Rome, traditionally a land power, at last found her sea legs. Balance of power. The First Punic War was a real turning point for the Roman Empire. Rome, traditionally a land power, at last found her sea legs. But it was a close-run thing. Just listen to this for a scorecard. They lost 700 ships compared with the Carthaginians' 400. And they lurched from disaster to catastrophe. And one Roman admiral, frustrated because the sacred chickens that were meant to augur luck were off their feed, tossed them overboard, saying, well, if they're not hungry, perhaps they'd like a drink instead. He went on to preside over the biggest naval disaster that Rome ever suffered, losing the whole of his fleet. But in what must be one of the most bitter ironies in ancient history, it was the Carthaginians who inadvertently turned Rome into a major sea power. The course of the war was about to change.
Now, you got nothing but niggas all over the Mediterranean grabbing up palefaces. Press 1. Alright? So ain't no way. This is why the Carthaginians was key to the power. Because they was niggas. Alright? Jason and the Argonauts. Put a mask on him. This nigga won't never die. Try to drown this nigga. Press 1. Yeah, we're going to break down Freddy Krueger versus Jason. We're going to break it all down. Everything is about us. They don't have nothing to talk about but us. You know what I'm saying? They trying to rewrite history to goddamn put theyself in it. We already did everything. We done it all.
Incredible luck. A Carthaginian warship strayed into Roman waters. Capturing the ship, Rome now had an unbelievable opportunity to learn how to build the best battleship on the sea. Roman boatwrights immediately took course of the war was about. Capturing the ship, Rome now had an unbelievable opportunity to learn how to build the best battleship on the sea. Roman boatwrights immediately took it apart, discovered that every timber was marked with a letter.
With lightning speed, the Roman Navy copied the ship, plank by plank, nail by nail. Thanks to those instructions.
I don't think they heard it.
With lightning speed, the Roman Navy copied the ship, plank by plank, nail by nail. Thanks to those instructions so helpfully left by the Carthaginians. And in no time at all, Rome had built an identikit navy. Identikit navy.
A staggering 220 ships were built in 45 days. Rome could now take on Carthage on equal terms. If they could beat Carthage at sea.
So now this is the same recycled story. All right. And this is why I want you to see, because they're going to tell on themselves in these old stories. The Carthaginians, these niggas so thorough, you know what I'm saying? Because they've been taught by the Atlanteans. If they're not Atlanteans themselves, then they goddamn, what's the word? They are the conglomerate. They affiliates. Press 1. Distributors. You know what I'm saying? Because we got distribution set up all over the planet Earth. It's the Black Atlantic. Look it up. That's what they called it. We out the water, though. We on the goddamn subway trains with the shit now. Let's finish the Holocaust, how they killed all the niggas off. It's the same thing they always do. And that's why I want you to see. Because it's the same practice that they're following. All right? How they whitewash motherfuckers. And I even figured out the whole goddamn scam with the that's for my other build, man. Let me stay focused. It's a lot of shit in my head, man. You know what I'm saying? We live. Let's get it.
It removed the sole obstacle to exploiting the Mediterranean themselves. The balance of power swung violently between Carthage and Rome for another. The balance of power swung violently between Carthage and Rome for another 20 years, until in 241 BC, Carthage suffered a catastrophic defeat. For another 20 years, until in 241 BC, Carthage.
Now, Carthage got Montezuma feathers on their head. Press 1. Chained up. All right. It's Carthage. She got the feathers on her head. Same feathers. Goddamn. Here, let's pull the picture up. We're gonna pull up some pictures. Where the picture of the G's at, man? Where them niggas at, man? Where them Ethiopian niggas? I know I had some pictures of them with the feathers. Well, this is an Indian depiction, but it still applies. Let me find the other image though. This is something you find with all the Atlanteans rocking the feathers, all right? That's how we gonna see what's popping. Cause you know, niggas be rocking the same hats. Everybody got fitteds. You know what I'm saying? Whole tribe rocking motherfucking New Eras. You know what I'm talking about? Hold on, where my nigga at, man? Do the engine stomp. That's what I call this one. Yeah. We the real motherfucker. Aboriginal Indians in this motherfucker. All right. So that's a depiction of Montezuma and these niggas, all right? And you know, this was even interesting to me because now you see when they depicting the Americas, you see that Turkish drip, you know what I'm saying? Still feathers. You talking about Gobekli Tepe, you know what I'm saying? Type shit. But where is here's the Ethiopians, all right? And then we got
suffered a catastrophe.
We'll get back to this, and I'll pull up the other image with Montezuma's headdress out the video. They got it. You know, they holding his shit hostage still. Hundreds of years, motherfuckers got a nigga New Era. You know what I'm saying? Hundreds of years. Literally.
Catastrophic defeat. It was forced to hand over all of its lands in Sicily.
Yo, I'm checking on the live. We still live? Tribe. They got me fucked up. Hold on. They got me fucked up. Tribe. Let's get it. Tribe. We still in here. Let me get some diamonds in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear, man. They trying to stop it, man, with that little punk ass video, man. We'll holler at them on the goddamn email later. Press 1. We live, man. We still on air, man. The fuck they thought, bro? I'm smarter than the average motherfucking bear. Press 1. We told them it's Friday school, man. Jason out the water, man. Y'all can't stop me, man. Share the live stream, man. Straight up, man. Take my shirt off and all the hoes stop breathing. You know what I'm talking about? Shirt off. We outside. Wild Indians. Live from the Immaculate Republic of Atlantis.
It is no longer you who live, but Christ who lives in you. Well, I know you want to put Christ in a little box. Like you formed Christ up brought his ass up from the earth and breathed life into him. Nah, I'm God, motherfucker, and I'm not who you thought I was, motherfucker.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy Fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die about our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we bought a corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands. He wasn't no abo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth, that's an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they so acres. Go ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Well, some may say that I've saved the best for last year. Cultural observance records or myths and legends don't usually stand up as fact when it comes to scientific investigation, and has largely been ignored in the past. Mainly because they can be based on speculation and interpretation. However, the fact that these records were told, they were passed down from generation after generation, and we're still talking about them today, is pretty powerful and needs to be taken into consideration. Earth crossing paths with an approaching comet would have made headline news across the globe, even 13,000 years ago. The buildup would have lasted for months, and every single person alive on Earth as witness. And the disastrous climax would have been an event that no surviving person would ever forget, and they made sure that none of their descendants would ever forget it either. It may sound silly, but fire-breathing dragons, witches on broomsticks, catastrophic floods, the Day of the Dead, these are all stories that were told around the world, regardless of location and culture. And they more than likely have the same source. While North America may have taken the hardest hit, the stories recorded here are no different. Now, before I get into a few specific examples, while researching North American cultural observance records for this event, I kept coming across what we now know as swastika symbols. Now, before this symbol was borrowed and tarnished by the German Nazis in the 1920s, the hooked cross was used worldwide as a symbol of good fortune and well-being, and has been dated back to nearly 12,000 years. So the timing here does line up. Now, here in North America, the Mississippian mound builders use this symbol quite a bit. It's thought and even hypothesized by astronomers Victor Klube and Bill Napier that the ancient symbol may represent the younger Dryas-causing comet itself. Perhaps it was indeed the survivors who were lucky enough to live through the catastrophic event. And most of us will recognize the tail or coma of a comet as it makes its pass by Earth from a distance. But if a comet were coming straight towards us, as this one very likely did. The jets of dust and gas would have taken on a spiral shape around the comet's nucleus. Once the comet passed Earth, a little too close for comfort, our orbit crossed paths with the debris field, and a few pieces made their way through our atmosphere, one of which struck the Laurentide ice sheet at the area we now call Saginaw Bay, setting off the...
Hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, man. See, you never even thought about that aspect of it. Put some ones in the chat. The one is for one because we already won. They tried to stop the live stream. It can't be done. Tribe. So now this image, and you've wondered about it, and it's deep in our history, deep rooted in our history of South America, the Indians, everywhere, right? Everywhere Atlantis is. Everybody know Atlantis' story. So you got to think, if they wasn't all these libraries that were burnt down, all these books, all these niggas knew who was who. All right? They just started destroying all this shit in the late 1800s. This shit just happened. We talking about niggas' granddaddies. Your granddaddy just died, and his granddaddy knew about the shit in a whole different way. You know what I'm saying? But the shit was infiltrated by the motherfucking peasants. Period, point blank. Because niggas got corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Niggas got corrupt. A comet. Put some diamonds in the chat if you never thought of thinking about that as a comet coming towards you.
Catastrophic chain of events that led to the formation of the Carolina Bays themselves. Here we now call
the cataclysmic event that led to the creation of the Carolina Bays in the gold belt. I'm not even going to call it the black belt no more. We're going to call it, take it all the way back to the old school. Jason out the water. You know what I'm talking about? It's the gold belt. The Titans is back.
Saginaw Bay setting off the catastrophic chain of events that led to the formation of the Carolina Bays themselves.
Stay with me. Ask me, who was that? Oh, stay with me, Quiet Storm. Shout out Quiet Storm, Sean in the motherfucking building. Tribe. Share the live stream, man. The numbers went down. Shout out to my nigga Hawk Yos. I seen my nigga say YouTube on some bullshit. That's always a red alert. Thank God for the little delay here, as I'm looking at the chat on my phone. And I got in, goddamn me. Jason out the water. Press 1. Some diamonds in the chat, man. Let's drop these jewels.
Here are a few examples I borrowed from Jason Pentrail of the 7 Ages research team. I saw this artifact on his Facebook page a few months ago and immediately recognized this one here. And I immediately recognized the symbol on the hand. They just wrapped up their fall 2018 field trip to a few of the mound builder sites here in the Southeast. And you can hear all about it by clicking on the link above. There's even a brief segment with Mr. Randall Carlson himself, which has made me super excited about where this is all going in the near future. Okay, now nearly all North American cultures have some kind of cultural reference to serpents in the sky or falling stars. But I want to focus on 2 that have tales that seem to be directly related to the Carolina Bay forming event. And I'm sure there are others. These are just 2 that I came across. The first one is the Ojibwa tribe of the Upper Great Lakes region. And what makes this story so fascinating to me is the ancestors of the Ojibwa were likely the first settlers of this area after the cosmic impact took place and reshaped the entire area. They were likely refugees from the coastal areas that were quickly being inundated by rising sea levels as they headed inland to find answers. Now, their story is actually about a comet named Janandawayanung, which meant long-tailed heavenly climbing star. The comet came so close to the Earth that it literally cooked everything, including the rocks and the giant animals. Supposedly, their Holy Spirit warned the survivors that they were able to avoid being cooked alive by burying themselves in a bog and covering up with mud. Their culture now treats all comets and meteors as serious omens, and that need to be interpreted by shamans. So this is serious stuff. Now this tribe, the Wakama, Wakama, has a really interesting story that just so happens to focus on one of North Carolina's most well-known Carolina bays, Lake Wakama. Legend states that an immense meteor brighter than the sun appeared in the night sky thousands of years ago from the southwest. Now, once the meteor finally struck the Earth, the burning crater was filled in by the surrounding swamps and rivers. Now, get this, the color of the newly formed lake was gem blue verdant green. Now that's an oddly specific color, and just so happens to be the same color as glacial meltwater lakes, and like this one here. Another interesting coincidence is that the Wakama tribe,
Gem water lakes looking like Atlantis. That's that Atlantis blue. That's what we're gonna call it. We're gonna level it up, tribe. We're gonna take it further back than Mayans. It's that Atlantis blue. Press 1. Put some waves in the motherfucking chat. It feels good to be an Atlantean. And if you don't know that America is Atlantis, and the so-called Negro are the descendants of Atlanteans, hold this. We Jedis. Press 1.
powwow annually in late October, which just so happens to line up with the torrid meteor shower, the Day of the Dead, all that other stuff. So, oh, and did I mention that the word Wakama itself translates to the people of the falling star? Okay, guys, I better wrap it up there. This is pretty much the conclusion of my presentation on the formation of the Carolina Bays. As I mentioned before, up till now, I've been pretty much presenting other people's work and ideas trying to gain public awareness. Now, over the next few months, I'll be taking a page right out of Antonio Zamora's handbook.
All right, I think he's had enough. Let's get out the water. Hold on, hold that thought. Let's stay right there. All right, got the cataclysmic events, and these even like the artifacts. This is Afghanistan. All right, so you got this is where you got the Bedouins are out there. You know what I'm saying? We already showed them. I think I probably X'd out of that. But we know what Bedouins look like. You have to check out the last live, showing that they're also of us. But I want you to check out these style of artifacts that were found in Afghan.
There. But the nearby site at Tilya Tepe was investigated, excavated in 1978 by an Afghan-Russian team led by Victor Serenity. And this place translates to Golden Hill or Golden Mound for a very good reason. The excavation was done a year before the Russians invaded Afghanistan. But let's just take a look at a few pics here. Here's a look at Tilya Tepe. This is about 230 miles northwest of Kabul. They found burials here. There used to be mounds here. They found 5 women and 1 warrior buried here. But what they were buried with, the artifacts, were simply astounding. Here is a look at one of the burials from Tilya Tepe. They found over 20,000 ornamental artifacts with these people. They found coins, silver, ivory. They found a lot of gold here. Here is a look at what they think the man and the woman look like upon burial. But the golden artifacts are pretty astounding, what they found here. Here is a diagram of the burials here and all the ornaments that were found with these people. I believe this is the male right here. But let's take a look at some of the golden artifacts. Here is a head ornament. I believe that was found on the mail. Here is a coin. Remember, this comes from about 2,100 years ago. Here are some little gold figurines. Here is a ram made out of gold. There is a golden belt. Very cool, with ornamental designs put into it. There is a winged figure. I will leave the link below if you want to get a little more detail on these, but here is another golden artifact, a winged figure. Here are some what they call cloth ornaments made of gold. Here are some decorative stars made out of gold. Here is a figure riding a fish, but these were all found with these burials, and it was...
Man, look at these niggas' rings. All right. So this is going all the way back to, because remember, you got Abdullah the Mystic and these niggas. This nigga named Abdullah the Mystic, but he's a rabbi, an Ethiopian rabbi. But he has an Arabic name. All right. So no, what we're doing is discussing the kingdoms of Atlantis tonight. All right. So let me go to this. Because what we're showing and proving is that we had a large empire. We ruled the Atlantic seas. I'm showing you who we're gonna rediscover the allies of Atlantis. All right. Because we controlled the seas. That's what all of this is about. That's why it's a motherfucking inside joke that niggas don't swim. Everybody at the pool party, ain't nobody in the pool. Oh man, we were on a slave ship. No, nigga, you was the captain of the ship. Press 1. Block that shit, Jason.
Was pretty stunning. Palace in Afghanistan, stars.
These people all know this is what this Freemason shit is all about. We going all the way. We in Rome. All right. We everywhere with it. That's what we finna show you. Hold on. Let's go. Let's go to the...
Everybody, video here for you today.
Here we go.
I'm working on a longer video. I hope to have that up. I've heard about. There has been some work done here. We're actually going to hear from somebody who did some work down here. I've kind of memorized where this place is. It's right down here. The coastline has changed a lot. You can only get to this place by boat. It's right down here. Pretty inhospitable area to do research in, I guess. But we'll listen to somebody who's done work on the island here. You can see little things popping up here.
It's like an inside joke, tribe. Everything is underwater that has to do with us. Atlantis. Don't you see the connections here?
This is a pyramid just sticking out of the jungle here, right here. I will leave the link to this below. This is HakkaiMagazine.com. I will also leave a link to their YouTube channel, Coastal Science and Societies, but it has a good article here. It says the Maya culture is often associated with farming and extraordinary inland cities full of fascinating architecture. New research, however, shows that the people were also sophisticated mariners. And I have talked about just northeast of here. Coast will also leave a link to their YouTube channel. I will leave the link to this below. This is HakkaiMagazine.com. I will also leave a link to the Maya culture is often associated with farming. I will also leave a link to their associated with farming magazine. Leave a link to their YouTube. There's a good article here. It says the Maya culture is often associated with farming and extraordinary inland cities full of fascinating architecture. New research, however, shows that the people were also sophisticated mariners. And I have talked about just northeast of here, coast of Florida, or pyramid cities built on some coastal islands.
Sophisticated mariners, all right? Not just fishermen, sophisticated mariners. We already see in Carthage, these niggas was making blueprints. They was labeling the shit like when you put your goddamn entertainment center together at the house. Press 1. Sophisticated.
Islands here. Here's one in the Yucatan. On the island here, there's a couple places where you can see different colors here, structures peering out from beneath the jungle canopy. Here are the remains of one of the structures here on the island. This is only about 40 feet tall, not that big compared to other pyramids, but this is a very flat area on the coast. Probably not very conducive to building tall structures, that is for sure, but it's good that there is some archaeological work being done here so people know about it. I thought this was a great article, and I'm trying to be thorough here. When you learn a lot about a certain culture, certain things become evident. New ideas are presented. Here is the area where this research took place. You notice here it's barely perceptible, or you wouldn't even notice that there are ruins out here. Let me just read. It says Vista Alegre, a ruin of a town near the northern tip of the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, was once a bustling outpost. Dozens of canoes crowded the harbor, loaded down with dyes from the west, jade from the south, and obsidian from the mountains hundreds of kilometers away. Here it says, though part of the ancient Mayan world, which stretched from here all the way into modern El Salvador, Vista Alegre lacks the grandeur of many sites. It doesn't have the dozens of glistening pyramids that lure millions of tourists to Chichen Itza, the enticing carvings of Palenque, or the vibrant murals of Bonpac. In fact, if it not for a single pyramid in the middle of a handful of crumbling structures, you might miss its human past altogether. Now, I think it's important when you're looking into a culture, figure out where they were traveling to also, not just what they were doing in their own cities, who they were trading with. That just makes sense. Talks about a Jeffrey Glover who did some of the research here and provided some of the looks. It says he sees the town as it once was, even describing it in present tense. There are a lot of people there that need stuff and that want stuff, and they're probably getting gold from as far south as Panama and Costa Rica with turquoise that's coming from the American Southwest. So he seems to think they were trading with people who are living up in current day. People there that need stuff and that want stuff, and they're probably getting gold from as far south as Panama and Costa Rica with turquoise that's coming from the American Southwest. So he seems to think they were trading with people who are living up in current day United States. Here is Jeffrey Glover and a colleague mapping out the site here. It says, it turns out that Vista Alegre was just one of a dozen small settlements that rim the Yucatan Peninsula at about 40-kilometer intervals. The distance a team of paddlers can move a goods-laden boat in a day. None of the coastal communities have the grandeur of bigger Maya cities, but when put together, they paint a vivid picture of commerce in the region. Of bigger Maya cities, but when put together, they paint a vivid picture of. But when put together, they paint a vivid picture of commerce in the region. So, pretty important site here. Gives us different view, a different aspect of the Mayans here. They traveled the waters. Since the coast has changed down here a lot over 15 centuries, some of the archaeological work has to be done underwater. Parts of this are submerged, I guess, today. They talk about head shaping here. It says, take the common ancient practice of head shaping, whereas people in Calakmul near the border of modern-day Guatemala had a myriad of head shapes fashioned from birth. Those on the coast kept it simple, just a slightly elongated head, and rather than elaborate jade or obsidian inlaid teeth, coastal people tended to just a slightly elongated head, and rather than elaborate jade or obsidian inlaid teeth.
Jade. Now these ones don't have jade and obsidian inlaid teeth. You know what I'm saying? They ain't that ballin'. You know, they just some regular niggas. Press 1. But niggas usually got jade and shit. Got the Atlantis blue in their teeth. Press 1. Yeah. Take notes. I'm gonna go get some motherfucking jade in my teeth, yos. I think it's a couple more minutes of something I want to hear. And rather than elaborate jade or obsidian inlaid teeth, coastal people tended to simply sharpen them down a little, but that's not to say they were boring.
Coastal people tended to just sharpen them down a little. I will leave a link for this article below. They are getting drone footage here to see if they can find anything out in this little bay underwater. Now I'm going to play about a 6-minute clip from this video. It comes from Recording Archaeology. They make their videos shareable. So if you...
All right, yeah, we're going to stop it right here because this bitch was extra. Get Jason out the water, man. Go watch the screen. Yeah, man. Hold on. We getting there. We getting there. That's 12. That's... let's go here.
Hey everybody, video here for you today. But first of all, I just want to say Happy New Year to everybody. Happy 2020. Hope everybody knows mysteries. Just wanted to say that. There are a lot of great researchers these days.
Now, again, I'm going to reiterate because these are all the pins he has on his map of all of these ancient sites in the Americas. And as we see, this is the area where there was no ice, the Gold Belt, the area that the so-called Union soldiers attacked, the area they wanted to cut off. All right? Florida, Tampa, down here, alleged capital of Atlantis. But see, as the waters rose, when they would get to a certain point in the sea, what they thought would be there isn't going to be there anymore in appearance. But I digress. That's something else. Let's continue.
And they are in contact with each other and sharing ideas. And I think 2020 is going to want to say that. There are a lot of great researchers these days, and they are in contact with each other and sharing ideas. And I think 2020 is going to be a year of great answers. And if you ever hear, tell them to lose, it won't happen on this channel. Site from ancient America, just alone in Mississippi and Louisiana, I probably have about 2 dozen. Mississippi and Louisiana, I probably have about 2 dozen. Alone in Mississippi and Louisiana, just alone in Mississippi and Louisiana, just alone in Mississippi and Louisiana. And all these sites, ancient sites, are different. But these pyramid mound cities, they're all a little different. Some are out in the middle of nowhere. Some of them just have traces in some cities. Well, this city was built right over top of an ancient city. This is a pretty important location. This is at the middle of nowhere. Some of them, the rivers were the highways, and the ones of a bunch of different rivers here. So the rivers were the highways, and this was a very important site in early America. And it had, the rivers were the highways, and this was a very important location. This is at the confluence of a bunch of different rivers here. So the rivers were the highways, and this was a very important site in early America. And it had one of the tallest pyramid mounds anywhere in the southern United States here. Been lost to history. Part of it was...
And we're going to reiterate something we already know. Hawk School for the Gifted Intellect. No matter how hard they try to stop the stream, I think it's because we was going to get to 200, yos, and they knew it. And we over here dropping jewels. And they know I'm finna goddamn finesse and get back on this motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying? Out the water. Can't stop Jason and the Argonauts. We coming to reclaim the kingdom. The true titans. Yeah, man, share the live stream. Everybody share the live stream, man. We dropping gems.
So the rivers were the highways, and this was a very important site in early America, and it had one of the tallest pyramid mounds anywhere in the southern United States here. Been lost to history. Part of it was destroyed by the Civil War. Let's take a look at what this place used to look like a long time ago. But here is one artist rendition of what
Civil War, everything getting destroyed. Press 1. The 1 is for 1 because we already won. These niggas dumb.
this place used to look like. There was 9 mounds.
I see fair use, man. What's going on, man? What's going on, yo? Since they fucking with my shit, man. Let me check, man. Let me check. Let me get some diamonds in the chat if you hear me loud and clear, man. They be attacking my shit like, god damn, bro. You would think I was motherfucking. Sheesh. They do not want to see me get them numbers up, do they?
Receive free cell phone service?
Come on,
That's
man.
right.
Chill out. You see what I'm saying? Chill
Get
out.
data
Chill out.
hours.
How this nigga on my channel? They You see what I'm- Chill out, man. Got this country ass nigga on my shit. Pause. Yeah, man. We also live on Aboriginal America, man. Make sure you go subscribe to Aboriginal America. That's America with a Q. You know what I'm saying? Some niggas don't like C's. Some niggas don't like putting K's in place of C's. Some niggas don't like putting C's in place of K's, you know. We just gonna use a Q, all right? Shout out to all our new channel members, by the way. They can't stop Atlantis rising. You know what I'm talking about? And I almost forgot to show you something I said I was going to show you. And I don't like to tell no lies. Rise of the Titans. Here it is. We were talking about the feathers. And although we've seen it before, you know, like I said, we like to show and prove. So this is Montezuma's headdress, and we're about to see. Because this feather theme is something that's very common amongst the Atlanteans. All right, so let's pause that right there. All right, so that's Montezuma's headdress. It looked like them feathers in that other shit, didn't it? Looked like them feathers them Ethiopians had on too, didn't it? And we can go all over and see how niggas was rocking. Because it was a, what's the word? Loyalty, bro. And they done came and turned everything upside down and made everything that has to do with us poisonous to make you stay far away from it. Have no interest in it. All right. And the Ottoman ship looked just like the goddamn Carthaginian ship. Hold on. Open this image in a new tab. Hey, we ain't came in no bondage nowhere. Open image. Where is it? Where's that ship I just had? It looked just like the ship we was looking at. And they were describing the Carthaginians. Because remember, the Carthaginians had the blueprints. What did they just say? The Mayans were sophisticated with ships. You know what I'm saying? Where the fuck did that picture just go? Let's go back. 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 There it is. Man, nobody want to download it and shit. All right, so that's looking like the Carthaginian ship. This is the Ottoman ship. All right, the Ottoman Turks. They got motherfucking galley slaves down there working that motherfucker. White boys is the motor. All right. And I'm really glad that we got the other bill back up that they tried to delete, because it proves a lot of what we got. It connects a lot of what we have here. Now see, now if you look up Ottoman ships and galley slaves, you ain't gonna see nothing but white people. Press 1. The 1 is for 1 because we already won. All right, slave power. Medieval warships driven by whips. You think these niggas don't want to come and rewrite your whole history? You been fucking all on they bitches. Kidnapping 1,000 of their kids at a time, putting them in your army. All right, they had these white boys rowing the boats. Galley slaves. Look up galley slaves. Tell them niggas to look up galley slaves. Try it. Press 1. The 1 is for 1 because we already won. Yeah, nigga. Yoda said, hold that, man. Jason out the water. And we back on track. Press 1. That's why they want to kick the stream. They can't. I'm dropping jewels over here, bro. Straight up. Like it ain't even me. It's us. It's that power, man. Share the live stream, man. Let me see 100, man, on the screen, man, so we can get to 200. Look at these slaves, man. This is a depiction. Well, just type in galley slaves. You ain't gonna see nothing but white people. All right.
You won't speak on flesh. You want because you see flesh and shit. And you know Whitey always told you, a man can't be God. Huh? What you calling me for? I told you what I'm about. It's about getting lawyers, training them up in the words, the scriptures, and we're going to help the poor, the fatherless that can't afford their legality fee. They can't afford justice. I know you all in for justice, huh? Just like white supremacists, huh? White supremacists print your judgment for your ass and swing from a noose. Black man. The devil is a motherfucking liar. So you know I ain't worried. Bitch. Stupid bitch.
This is a Janissary mask, all right? Worn by the Ottomans on the ships, all right? So when you see those images of the Titans with the mask on, the immortals, gotta do a little freestyle shit, you know, let them know we over here really dropping these jewels. All right. All of this goes together, tribe. The immortals, right? All right. All of this goes together. Let's get a round of applause. We're almost to 100, man. All right. So when you see this, all of this goes together. All the way to Jason out the water. All right. That's why I call it Lucky 13. This is all the same shit. It's all the same shit. It's all about you. It's all connected. You are the elect, submerged. But we back out the water, Jason. Press 1. Put some diamonds in the chat, man. We getting these diamonds. We going getting them out the treasure. You know what I'm talking about? Getting these treasures out to sea. Switching lanes, man. Don't you see? We switching lanes. We need more of those back, man. Connecting all these dots. It's all about you, black man. It's the rise of the Titans.
And there was an embankment wall, and this great mound here was about 82 feet tall, but the drawings and the plates of it make it look like a regular old pyramid from Mesoamerica. Here is another depiction, but at the intersection of some rivers here, obviously an important place. Let's just do a little reading. This is 64 parishes. I have used them before, and I will leave the link below. Located near Jonesville in Catalhula Parish, the Troyville earthworks are a Baytown period Native American archaeological site that dates from AD 400 to 700, but I've heard research that takes this place back at least 2,100 years. It says the site once included the tallest mound in Louisiana at 82 feet in height. However, throughout the late 19th century and early 20th centuries, the unprotected historical complex was haphazardly destroyed. This devastation culminated in a road project in the 1930s when earth was stripped from the main mound and used as an infill for a bridge approach. Consideration has been given to replicating the largest mound for the benefit of tourism, but the destruction of Troyville is considered to be one of the most insensitive and irreplaceable losses in all of North American archaeology. But when
What Bible?
No, you ain't, bitch. No, you ain't. No, you ain't. Goddamn, y'all trying to block that shit. The fuck? They thought they was doing tribe. We dropping jewels over here, man.
But change your motherfucking mindset. You wanna know why you ain't got shit? Cause you ain't thinking about shit. I come out the door every day with this shit on my mind. I'm gonna give me a bag. Fuck wrong with you? I'm gonna give me some cash. Change your motherfucking mindset, man. You think pennies, you get pennies. Bitch, I'm thinking dollars.
2 feet tall, I was pretty shocked. That is a massive structure of North American all of North American archaeology. But when I read it was 82 feet tall, I was pretty shocked. That is a massive structure, 82 feet tall. Monk's Mound, the famous Monk's Mound at Cahokia here, it's only 18 feet shorter than this was high. Present day Jonesville, ancient Troyville, and there's a reason why it's called that. I'll mention that in a little bit here. But the big mound here was destroyed when this bridge, I guess, was put in. That's what I've read. Let's go down and take a little look here at an ancient city right in the middle of a modern little city here. Here we are down at this corner here, and there's a church here. You notice this is built up a little. That's because 3 feet of the 82-foot mound still exist here. There's a church built on it. And there is a sign right here. Let's just read a few of the signs in the city, in this area here. This sign says, an earthen wall and 9 mounds were once a prominent part of the landscape here. Early exploring described the largest mound, or Great Mound, as being 82 feet high, the tallest mound known in Louisiana. The earthworks were built between 100 BC and 700 AD. Only portions of the mound's wall remain, so the window that they give this place to be built is over twice as long as the United States has been a country. Here, another sign right nearby at the site of the Great Mound. It says, the 82-foot-tall Great Mound of Troyville once stood here. In 1936, archaeologist Winslow Walker made this diagram depicting the size and shape of the mound. Today, only 3 feet of the mound remain. And here is a diagram of the Great Mound at the ancient site called Troyville, just because there was a place called the Troy Plantation nearby here. That's how it got its name. But this diagram here, that looks something like straight out of Egypt to me. But I read on a few websites if the mound was, that's how it got its name. But this diagram here, that looks something like straight out of Egypt to me. But I read on a few websites if the mound was still here, it would have came up to the catwalk on the water tower. That would have been one of the most impressive sights coming from the ancient United States that we still would have had. Totally lost to history and memory. But right kind of in the corner on the water, that looks. But I read on a few websites if the mound was still here, it would have came up to the catwalk on the water tower. But I read on a few websites if the mound was still here, it would have came up to the catwalk on the water tower. But I read on a few websites if the mound was still here, it would have came up to the catwalk on the water tower. That would have been one of the most impressive sights coming from the ancient United States that we still would have had. Totally lost to history and memory. But right kind of in the corner of what would have been the ancient city, you have this area here that's built up. This is the remainder of one of the 9 mounds, and I think those are cemetery tombstones up there. I think this might be a little cemetery here on an ancient mound. Now, a lot of the mound sites I have talked about were investigated in the mid or later 1800s. This is one of the earliest places that was investigated. It says by the late 17th century, early French explorers had noted the abandoned cluster of mounds at the junction of 2 rivers and just downstream from a third, the Tensas. William Dunbar provided the first written description when he and George Hunter passed by on their exploration of the Ouachita River Valley. The expedition, sponsored by Thomas Jefferson, landed at the site on October 23, 1804, and found a Frenchman by the name of Hebard living in a cabin on the largest mound and operating a nearby ferry. Major Amos Stoddard, the first American commandant of Upper Louisiana after the Louisiana Purchase, described the site in 1812. No less than 5 remarkable mounds are situated near the junction of the Ouachita, Octahola, and the Tenza in alluvial soil. They are enclosed by an embankment or a wall of earth, at this time 10 feet high and 10 feet wide, which contains about 200 acres of land. 4 of these mounds are nearly equal dimensions, about 20 feet high, 100 feet broad, and 300 feet long. The 5th seems to have been designed for a tower or turret. The base of it covers an acre of ground. It rises by 2 steps or stories. Its circumference gradually diminishes as it is ascended, and its summit is crowned by a flattened cone. What must have that look like, for Pete's sake? By an accurate measurement, the height of this tower or turret has been found to be 80 feet. Several other influential men wrote of the site in the 19th century. Mark Twain visited the area on a relief boat during the flood of 1882. A little later in this article, it goes into what happened to each mound and how much little remains today. But it says here, Mound 1, the mound is presently 8 feet high, 200 feet long, and 90 feet wide. An historic cemetery exists on the east side, and that might have been what I showed you earlier. But as far as a destruction of an important archaeological site, this site might take the cake. It says here, there is no comparable example of wanton destruction of a world-class archaeological site in America. The owner of the largest mound reportedly sold its dirt to the bridge contractor for $100. Gone is the opportunity to learn more about the builders, who they were, their culture, why they chose this site, and why they left. The history of the Troyville site after Euro-American contact represents a sad case of lost cultural treasures. But ancient Troyville, as it is called, named after a plantation nearby because we didn't know what these people called this city or who they were. Here is a plate made, and what this large stepped pyramid mound looked like in its original form, how tall it was, how impressive it was, well, that's all for us just to think about and imagine. Totally lost to history, one of the most unfortunate cases in North American history of an archaeological site being destroyed. Also here in Jonesville, they wanted to build a replica of the second tallest Indian mound in North America. How many of you have heard of Troyville? I know a lot of you are familiar with the massive mounds at Poverty Point in Cahokia. This was the second tallest one, and it was totally removed. The dirt was sold for $100. Once again, this is ancient Troyville, the Tensas, Ouachita, the Little River here, the Black River. This had to be a very important site. The rivers were used as highways. There was a great, big, mysterious earthen pyramid mound here, totally lost to history. Today, present-day Jonesville sits over the site of an ancient city. And it should really tell you something. I've done 160 Ancient America videos, and I still have stories like this to tell. A whole continent full of ancient, mysterious stories. I'm glad to be covering it. Hope you thought that was cool, and you all have. Very.
Yeah, man. Yeah, hold on.
Talk to the house of Israel for a minute, huh? If you're really serious and you're looking for a Christ man, the one who anointed with the Lord, with the Spirit of the Lord to do his will, I'm that nigga. You not stop faking.
Flourishing center by the 2nd millennium BC, famous throughout Mesopotamia and the Eastern world for its famous temple to the moon god Sin. Now it says here the city was clearly established according to a Hermetic ground plan, and it says it had 7 gates dedicated to each of the planetary deities, Sun, Moon, considered equal to the planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, according to the principles of talismanic magic. It was circular in shape and had a large temple in its center surmounted by a high tower, which I just showed you. Now, I think this is very important. Now, Haran became the Hermetic capital of the world around maybe a little over 2,000 years ago. I think the people who kept the mystery schools and all of that ancient knowledge from Egypt, I don't think they were too happy with the way things were going in Egypt. Christianity eventually took over, and the Hermetic capital of the world moved from Egypt to Haran. And there are more than a few sources that say that. And I believe what we know as the tarot cards today, that's the gospel of time. Know yourself, and you will become God. In Masudi, Eastern Hermetic tradition, the linkage between the savings of Haran and Egypt was even made stronger by their annual. Now, I think this is very important, and all of that we're going, and I believe a very ancient star cult which had its roots in ancient Egyptian religion, the cult of the Magi of ancient Persia, and the Western Hermetic tradition. The link
Ancient Persia. All right. Now I said that these Persians are the fake. They are fake Arabs. Where is it? We're almost to the finish line, tribe. And that's why I was showing you those treasures with the Atlantis blue. No, that was the Arabs. All right. That was in Afghanistan. They've been hiding it. Encrusted gold jewelry from the nomadic tombs at Tilya Tepe in northern Afghanistan. All right, the hidden treasures. Let's take a look. All right. Very similar. I misspelled it. They're gonna show me some fake shit. I don't want to see the shit y'all selling. Come on, man, with that bullshit. All right, even the shit that they selling now, they still going goddamn. See, because we can't say we the drip gods and you can't show and prove. You know what I'm saying? You don't know the niggas you serve? You know who you sold that shit to? This is heavy. Mexican Museum Mayan jewelry. All right. Down the rabbit hole. What do we have here? Is that a mask, people? More Titans. More Janissaries. I feel you, Jason. I'm gonna have to say that to my collection. I'm gonna say that to the Janissaries collection. See, cause this is see, here's the Ethiopians. You know what I'm saying? Ethiopian noblemen. They wearing the same shit as us. All right, let me get this so you can see what I'm talking about. They wearing the same feathers Montezuma rock. Ethiopia. All right? They banging it out. They fighting against the goddamn imperialism. All right? They rocking with us. I'm gonna show and prove, bro. We ain't finna keep on being on this all divided shit and they can't get the kingdom back. Statue of Menelik. Speech at the unveiling of the statue of Menelik. What did we just learn in the laws of Atlantis? We all that. It's crazy right here. See, these niggas on some other shit. That's what I'm saying. Say that to the Humbra files. See what I'm saying? These niggas on some other shit. And you know what? And that's what I'm saying. This old weird ass. Look, this what these niggas on, bro. Alright? And that's because they infiltration with these goddamn scallywags. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna go and drop some more juice. Y'all thought that was it. Hold on. I just stumbled on this. You know what I'm saying? See all this old creepy ass shit? Say it at the Humbra. See what I'm talking about? See, these niggas weirdos. Alright? But I'm gonna show you. It's weirdo shit, bro. Humbra. Let's go to the Humbra file. Got 137 pins in the Humbra file. Let me show you. Alright, because you see these Indians doing the same goddamn thing over here. Alright? Native Americans. Alright? They all doing the same shit. Now, you seen the Africans do it. You seen the goddamn Native Americans do it. Well, what the fuck is this, Hawk School? What you didn't know? These the Slavs. They on the same drip. Alright? Bulgaria. See all these people you see? Now you seeing what's going on here? These are Slavic gods. Add him to the Humbra. See, as we looking at the similarities of people, you got to look around the world. We talking about empires. We talking about motherfuckers infiltrating bloodlines. These Slavic gods. All right, this what they on. The fuck? See what I'm talking about? So all this shit, while I'm correlating one thing, I'm correlating the other thing too. While I'm finding the allies, don't think I ain't finding the enemies. Alright? Yeah, Humbra. That's why I say that's the Humbra file. You gonna add him. That's what I'm saying, bro. Because I be tapping into some different shit, so they send me different shit. Moscow, 1908. The Bluebird. He just playing in the play. And this look like it might be a nigga. See? And now how you get to the Inuits. Now the Russians. See all these people coming together? Invaders go together. They got the same drip. Why they got the same drip? These the Slavs. These niggas Africans. We see the niggas in Ethiopia ain't doing that. Niggas in Ethiopia ain't looking crazy like that. And look at this nigga phenotype. Ethiopian nobleman. 1881 to 1901. You got these niggas on one side of the goddamn Atlantic, all over the Mediterranean, all up. And you got these niggas. You know what I'm saying? Them different niggas, bro. Say him to the profile. He lit. Ethiopia's only female. Hold on. Monarch who helped abolish slavery in 1923. Niggas living different. These ain't the same people. These ain't even cut from the same cloth, bro. You know what I'm saying? They got to be 100 with theyself. You know what I'm talking about? That's a whole different kind of drip. I got you, Godfather. You already know what they doing. You know what they doing. Where you at? I'm going to let them know what they doing. Because you know how we drip and tribe. Press 1. The 1 is for 1 because we already won. They different people, bro. Why is these motherfucking Slavs doing the goddamn same thing as these weird-ass Africans and these weird-ass Native Americans? All these poor-ass playing the dirt motherfuckers. Digging caves and shit. But we gonna get to it. See, because they're what's this? Necromancers. You know what I'm saying? Grave robbers. Demons, bro. Wicked. We're going to get to it. We almost there. It's the kingdoms of Atlantis is what we talking about, bro. How we spread this shit around the world. You know what I'm saying? It's sauce. Niggas rocking Montezuma feathers, bro. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't get it, tribe.
We have style, we got flavor, we got rhythm. I mean, the black man in America is the most copied man on this planet, bar none. Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga. How about that question?
Linkage between the Sabians of Iran and Egypt was even made stronger by their annual pilgrimage to the pyramids of Giza, quoted by several Arabic writers, which the Sabians believed were the tombs of Hermes Trismegistus, built before the flood. A famous phrase written over the main entrance door to the largest temple of Haran could still be read by an Arabic historian, Masudi, in 943 AD, "Know yourself, and you will become God."
Now, I think that's very heavy that you got the Arab historian telling us the same shit as Abdullah the Mystic. And these are supposed to be the ancients. You know what I'm saying? Supposed to be, a reminiscence of a very ancient star cult. People of the stars. All right? And that's why we were so sophisticated when it came to the ocean. Because we knew how to read the stars. You know what I'm talking about?
I hate to come at you like you own me, but goddamn it, you do, motherfucker. Yep.
Believe however you wanna, huh? There's only one God. There's only one blood covenant book that's floating around here of God Almighty.
From the Gospel of Thomas, and I believe the Gospel of Thomas was written in the monastery right below the First Church of Christ that I showed you about a month ago. In that monastery, as soon as Christianity became the religion of Rome, ancient Edessa, San Lerfa today, it was proclaimed the city of the twin, Thomas, and I thoroughly believe that comes from the holy image we know today as the Shroud of Turin.
They washing niggas out, man. Like the same way they try to do Jason. They infiltrate the blood, wash niggas out. Steal the secrets.
Now.
No, not yet. I think this will be the last one. We're going to end it right here. And this is, like I said, I like giving a lot of perspectives. I had some other shit I wanted to play, but as you can see, they already hating and we got down at the 4 hour mark. But I feel like the jewels we dropping and the shit we connecting and the lessons we learning are very necessary. We're gonna continue to build. We're gonna get on the Prophet Tecumseh 1812 comment. But we know, you know what I'm saying? We already know what's going on. Let's go to let's get a little of this. This is this from like 3 years ago, bro. Where is it at? It's just a little piece I wanted to play here, bro. It's dropping some jewels. The nigga Khan dropped. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to get to. Actually, that's what I saved for the end. I thought I had it in here. This is the Tecumseh shit. You know what I'm saying?
On this, man. Matt Carameo keeps dropping links on his Jackie Anthony.
Verse, the American Indian. Confederacy led by the Shawnee leader Tecumseh in Indiana Territory. Although the war is often considered to have climaxed with William Harrison, right? Victory at the Battle of Tippecanoe in 1811. Tippecanoe, dragging canoe, Tippecanoe. In 1811, Tecumseh War essentially continued.
Now we know this nigga dragging his Mustang down the street with him. This nigga named Dragging My Mustang. Like nigga, yeah, you know this nigga got down motherfucking on some motherfucking surfing shit, on some Republic of Atlantis shit. Dragging my motorcycle, dragging my canoe. Yeah. Oh man, you know I got a cherry on top. Pause.
What kind of Indian are you?
Like Tonto Indian?
Shinnecock Indian.
Really? You're a Shinnecock?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know you were a Shinnecock.
Could have fooled me.
That's the kind I am.
Hey.
So you should be Big Chief Bastard, not Old Dirty.
His family was here when Columbus landed, huh?
Is that right?
Yes.
So you are not a black man, you're an Indian?
I'm an Indian.
No kidding.
Not even how you thought. Niggas, check up time. Time to pay the piper. Well, but you don't have to, huh? You got rights to believe however you want to, huh? There's only one God. There's only one blood covenant book that's floating around here of God Almighty. Not a covenant of a man what makes house niggas, Ku Klux Klan members, and everyone to feel like they can just shuffle their ass foot about getting about the business I'm talking about.
12. The War of 1812. This is the 1800 wars. The wars of the 1800s. And is frequently considered a part of that larger struggle. The war lasted for more than 2 years until the fall of 1813 when Tecumseh, as well as second in command, Roundhead, died fighting Harrison, Army of Northwest, at the Battle of Thames. In Upper Canada, near present-day Chatham. This is the struggle for control of the Great Lakes region of North America. All right, so y'all check it out. They're gonna hit you over the head with hijacks, but check this picture out. You see this copper color? You see this copper-colored warrior? Dragon canoe, the Battle of Tippecanoe, Tecumseh. It's all gonna break down. The prophet, Tenskawata. Now they put the hijack, man, listen. You see that's a painting, right? Tenswakata, also known as the prophet. The prophet, a member of the Shawnee Nation, was born 1775. named Lala Wikathia, Lala the Rattle. His mother abandoned him in 1779. He was abandoned by all accounts. Lala Wathika lacked the physical abilities that his other siblings, including his elder brother Tukamesh, enjoyed. His older siblings refused to train him in hunting and fighting. He was so unskilled with the bow and arrow that he blinded himself in his right eye with the wayward arrow. As an adult, he became reliant of the kindness of his fellow tribesmen to feed himself and his family. He also turned to alcohol and forget his problems, quickly becoming dependent on liquor, not having the physical abilities to become a warrior. Lala Wethika attempted to learn the ways of his.
It's very interesting that they still use the same weapons on us that they've been using on us for hundreds of years. And that's why I think it's so important for us to get on these high sciences of Atlantis. Press 1. It's time to get up out the water, man. Yeah, when we talk about the real niggas, those are the Ethiopians. Those are the niggas. Them the niggas they talking about. Them the niggas. Right there, those niggas. You know what I'm talking about? It all connects. Shout out to everybody supporting the channel, man. You live from the Immaculate Republic of Atlantis. Let's get to it. Shout out Con Drop, Tribe.
His village medicine man. Okay, when the man died in 1804, Lala Withika quickly proved unable to meet his people's needs. They remembered the drunken Lala Withika and did not respect his medicinal abilities. He quickly turned back to alcohol and proved themselves the souls. In 1805 of April, while lighting his pipe, Lala Withika fell into a deep trance. Now check this out. He fell into a deep trance. His family believed that he had died and prepared his body for a funeral. Dodger hijacks. Lala Withika regained consciousness and claimed that the master of life, a shiny deity, had visited.
You see them feathers, right? Everybody got their new era. It's Atlantis. Hawks don't fly with pigeons. Press 1. 1 is for 1 because we already won if you knew. Share the live stream, hit that like. We about to wrap it up, but we got more shit coming. Tribe. Riders never die, all we do is grow.
According to Lala Withika, the master of life told him that the Ohio's American Indians must give up all white customs and products. Do you hear me? According to Lala Withika, the master of life told him that the Ohio American Indians must give up all white customs. All white customs. This was told to him in a dream while he was in a coma. That a shiny deity, master of life. Who is the master of life? Is he talking about Hawa? Hawa had visited him. According to the master of life told him that the Ohio American Indians must give up all white customs and products. All white customs and products. Don't that sound like Daniel? Daniel said, I don't want none of your delicacies. All white customs and products. The master of life reportedly viewed the American Indians' dependence on guns, iron cookware, glass beads, and alcohol as the worst possible sins. The master of life, the master of life reportedly viewed the American Indians' dependence on guns. Because you want to blame the death on a gun when it's people that kill people. Guns don't kill people. So guns would be an excuse to kill someone. Right? Iron cookware, glass beads, and alcohol. What does Solomon say about wine?
We supposed to be talking about the comment of 1812, but you know, he doing his extra drip drop, you know what I'm saying? Respectfully. But I thought I had wrote down the right time when it started at. Unless I went too far ahead.
Keeping the water. Forgot all our surf. Let go.
See, that's a pain. Harrison. In India.
Let go.
What are we talking about?
Wow.
The United States versus the American Indian Confederacy led by the Shawnee leader Tecumseh in Indiana Territory.
Because it really appears that everything we're digging on in the 12th, trying to hijack me, man. We're just talking about Tecumseh or Tecumseh. Yeah, man, remember this drop, man? The history of ancient America. Antiques.
And what we doing, we just bringing the kingdom all the way home and bringing it all the way up to the current. It ain't as old as you think. The Titans are still here. We still communicating. Them high frequencies. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's right. Talk school.
Theory. It's the original history of ancient America.
We gotta bring it home. What you think we on them ships for? Nigga gotta come home. Nigga wanna come home. Press 1. All my niggas on them highways and them trucks. Niggas trying to get home though. Press 1. I know my truck driving niggas in the goddamn chat. Tribe. You know what I'm talking about? Niggas trying to get home though. At the end of the day, you just running up a sack. He dragging the canoe, nigga. Fuck you mean? Take this motherfucker with me, just in case. Shit jump off, I'm at the crib. Press 1.
The anterior to the time of Columbus, proving the identity of Aboriginal. You know, it's a long time. You know, with Tyranians and Israelites, but Ty Battle dropped this on us, man. And it's always great to surf the wave, you know, in battle time. You know, we're going to dig on it, man. I mean, it's just a matter of the flow when it comes to this Tecumseh character, man. I mean, we know that this is a chief. We know that this is a warrior chief, right? We know that that's the vibration of the room. What does it play? How much should it play in the mind and in the you know, consciousness, the awareness of the average, you know, Negro, you know, homie, brother, nigga on the corner and kicking it in every hood, how much should this be playing in their psyche? I mean, how much does this have to do with the average so-called black man? That's why we're digging on it, not because we just, love history or something like this. I used to hate history and, how they taught it. Man, I didn't appreciate reading, man, until I realized I am the book. And yeah, man, we got it on a shirt, man. Hit up our drop shop, man. We got that new slogan, man. I never appreciated reading until I realized I am the book. Hashtag Drop Nation. Hey, hop to all the dragon sponsors on the wall, man. Keep it on the flow. And Fireburn, man. We're just talking about the cool thing, man. So, do it back in, yeah, man. I want to get back in here, man, because I want to get in the classroom, man. I want to get in the classroom of the Hawkin high mark. Let's get it right here. Yeah, man. Look, man. We're talking Dragon Canoe. We're talking the Kumse, get part 1 and 2. We're going to dig on that great PDF for Aqua Top Battle. We're going to get back, talk about the Black Sun, talk about this atomic explosion in 1812, man. Love to all the Drop Nation dropping these amazing links on us, man. Man, Caramayo keeps dropping links on us. Jackie Anthony dropping some great links on us. We're going to get into all this, man. Well, let's just flow with the Hawkin high mark, you know what I mean? We're just kicking it, man. I mean, hey, this is part 2 of this Tecumseh, you know what I'm saying? Rendition right here. And there's no rush. There's no rush for any of this. There's no rush to get it all, in one take. And it's going to be a series of conversations, a series of investigations. So there's no fear of being wrong when you're investigating, man. You're turning it over, Here a little, there a little, man. Because you know that every time you empty your cup, it's going to be nothing but your wow, man, nothing but that breath, man. So let's get it with the Hawkin, man. We're talking Tecumseh or Tekumesh. Let go. Let go.
What are we talking about?
Wow.
The United States versus the American Indian Confederacy led by the Shawnee leader Tecumseh in Indiana Territory. Although the war is often considered to have climaxed with William Harrison, right? Victory at the Battle of Tippecanoe in 1811. Tippecanoe, Dragon Canoe, Tippecanoe. In 1811, Tecumseh War essentially continued into 1812. The War of 1812, this is the 1800 Wars, the Wars of the 1800s, and is frequently considered a part of that larger struggle. The war lasted for more than 2 years until the fall of 1813, when Tecumseh, as well as second in command, Roundhead.
Now what we're doing is we're showing you that we were still those people. We were still the Atlanteans. We were still of the heavens. You know what I'm talking about? Above it all. Still. 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 Still.
Died fighting Harrison, Army of Northwest, at the Battle of Thames. In Upper Canada, near present-day Chatham. This is the struggle for control of the Great Lakes region of North America. Clips from American scientists who have been coming to Ohio to view it
You're mythological.
White
Would set it off. Would set.
White that Tukamesh urged his brother to predict the eclipse. Tukamesh was trying to form a united front of American Indian nations west of the Appalachian Mountains. He believed that if the American Indians worked together, they would be able to stop white encroachment into their western lands.
White encroachment. White encroachment. The encroachment of demons. Just like the Game of Thrones, all these kingdoms are now, looking to see if they're going to ally against these whites. WIGHT. And man, this is what set it off for me, man. I was reading a Game of Thrones joint. You know what I mean? I in captivity, you read a lot. And yeah, man, I said whites. WIGHT. My goodness, right? So much is in these particular, fantasy joints. Yeah, man.
Let's take a closer look. Let's take a closer look here. I think I got the etymology pulled up for you. Most of us are already aware, but we're going to pull it up anyway. Give me 1 minute, bear with me. We got a lot of extra tabs open. We got to get rid of some of this shit, man. Before they be goddamn shut my stream down. We can't be having that, you know what I'm talking about? We over here dropping these jewels, man. Let me get some diamonds in the chat if you hear me loud and clear.
A master teacher is one who has the ability to apply logic and rational thinking to the things that he asserts to his students. And a master teacher, in turn, produces master students in return. You cannot be a master teacher unless you are producing master students. Who are, or how do you produce master students as a master teacher? Because when you get your students to think logically and rationally and not just believing something just because it's said, because you're not really teaching people, your, what's the word I want to say? What's the word I want to say? It's a certain word I want to say. When you educate people, you're not really teaching them anything. You're programming them to think a certain way. Most of the people who are referred to as teachers in the world are not really teachers at all. They're programmers. Because they're being taught from your college professors on down to your grade school, high school teachers and whatnot. They're programmers.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Peace to the tribes, peace to the tribes. I think we just gonna end it with this video here, man. We running kind of heavy. I think it's a good place to stop. Appreciate you for tuning in, man. Put some diamonds in the chat if you learned something. Please hit that like on your way out and share the live stream, man. Stick around, man. We're gonna go out like some real wild Indians. Thanks for tuning in to goddamn Friday School. We up, Atlantis. You know what I'm talking about? We all the way up. Let's get this. Let's get it. Where is that, man? Where is that? Yeah, we gonna hit him with that right there, man. Tribe, man. Share the live. Couldn't do it without y'all, man. Shout out to everybody. Hit the Cash App, man. Shout out to all the new alumni. And don't forget, if you've been in 2 months, man, email me at Big Hawkin. We're gonna get out of here, man. We don't wanna have no nigga get no aneurysm. You know what I'm saying? Boy, we be dropping this shit over here, man. Tribe. We out of here, man. Let's go.
In this day and time, what will be our judgment for those who heard this transmission and those who may decide to turn away from it, you know, because of personal BS, because of emotional BS, or because of regular, everyday human BS, of which we're not even supposed to be partaking in at this time? What will happen to the people who are being raised as the elect? What happens if they don't continue that job as the elect, or they don't continue that job raising the elect, being a part of this body once you heard the transmission? Death judgment. Death penalty. The death penalty will be our judgment. We will be put to death. And it may not happen right away. It may happen as we started making into our golden years. We will be put to death. And when I say put to death, being put to death in all kinds of ways. Our judgment could be that we around a bunch of grimy outcasts, since we wanted to align ourselves with the material cattle, and we were supposed to be coming into this movement, into this community, into this race, to separate ourselves from their mentality, to separate ourselves from their way of thinking, to separate ourselves totally and become a brand next people. Because we're being given so much more. We're being put in alignment with so much more. We have so much more to gain going forward than we have to look back. There's nothing to look back towards. Nothing. We have so much to gain. But see, you have to be a forward thinker. You have to be one who has foresight in order to understand what I'm saying.
For the complete broadcast, you'll have to go to Menelik Patreon. Go to Menelik.
truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
Got the drum knocking king shit, Akhenaten. I'm King Tut with it, you don't want no problems. I'm so 1,000, I am so 1,000. This is king shit, hear me nigga, total power. I fly with hawks, why should I walk when I can fucking fly? Bitch, I don't die, the devil lied, he thought I won't survive. Rock with my tribe, we undivided, my right hand of God. All these rappers falling off cause they a bunch of frauds. Always in they fucking feelings, dog, just like a bunch of bras. I'm so 1,000, nigga, I'm above it all. We Hawkin, dog, king shit, fuck the law. If life's a bitch, fuck a rubber, fuck a raw. King shit, I seen shit you ain't never saw. G shit, I'm ahead of y'all. You haters matter now. Spring, summer, fall, or winter, I'm a born winner. You a mark ass nigga, got the drum knocking king shit, Akhenaten. I'm King Tut with it, you don't want no problems. I'm so 1,000. I am so 1,000. This is king shit. Hear me, nigga, total power. I got the drum knocking king shit, Akhenaten. I'm King Tut with it, you don't want no problems. I'm so 1,000. I am so 1,000. This is king shit. Hear me, nigga, total power. Yeah, walk this.
Believe however you wanna, huh? There's only one God. There's only one blood covenant book that's floating around here of God Almighty.
Why don't you click your heels together 3 times and go back to Africa?
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Country dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy a corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide down, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece.
Yeah, speak to me. Are you laughing, biatch? You find it funny? You find it funny? You won't speak on flesh. You won't because you see flesh and shit. And you know why they always told you, a man can't be God. Huh? What you calling me for? I told you what I'm about. It's about getting lawyers, training them up in the words, the scriptures, and we're going to help the poor, the fatherless, that can't afford their legality fee. They can't afford justice. I know you all in for justice, huh? Just like white supremacists, huh? White supremacists put your judgment for your ass and swing you from a noose. Black man.
Talk to the house of Israel for a minute, huh? If you're really serious and you're looking for a Christ man, the one who's anointed with the Lord, with the Spirit of the Lord to do his will, I'm that nigga. You not stop faking.
When I say, who's the master? You say, so now.
Royal, all of my needs they royal. All of my needs they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, royal. All of my needs they royal. All of my needs they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait. I just had to catch my breath. I just had to stack my checks. Shorty got ass, God bless. Damn. I just had to stack my chips. I just had to grab my grip. A lot of niggas mad I'm rich. I might have to smash they bitch. Pull up in a maxed out fit. VLN on the logo, moving solo with the stick. Block jumping like a pogo, come and pull up on the strip. Told her pull up and get lit. So she pulled up and she.
We have style, we got flavor, we got rhythm. I mean, the black man in America is the most copied man on this planet, bar none. Everybody want to be a nigga, but nobody want to be a nigga.